Hey, T Spurs, hey. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Mm. What a day, what a day, what a day. Mighty good day. What a day, what a day, what a day. Mighty good day. Ooh, wee. Come on in, come on in, come on in. Come on in, come on in. Let's spin the bin. Mm. Mm. I ain't never seen nothing like it. Mm. What he saying? What he saying? Hey, y'all, come on in.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV.
Father jumps off Disney
UPTV.
dream
Make sure
cruise
you stay
after daughter
riveted at all
plunge.
times, man.
Oh my God.
And we back outside with it. H-Time
Oh my God. What is this?
Have you heard about Ryoko Pro?
Did he
This
find
is the
her?
cutting-edge portable Wi-Fi hotspot that people wish they found out about soon.
Everyone, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining
Oh
us
my
as we continue to
goodness.
bring you some of the day's biggest top stories. We want to get to this big talker that is going on right now when it involves the Disney cruise line. It was the Disney Dream rescue of two
he got her.
said to be a father and his young daughter.
Oh my God.
Everyone, welcome back here to Live Now
Oh
from
my
Fox. I'm your host,
goodness.
Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as we continue to bring you some of the day's biggest top stories. We want to get to this big
Before we get started on what the topic is, Lord.
the Disney cruise line. It was the Disney Dream Cruise.
Hi, Philip.
A really big fiasco happened. A little girl falling off of the cruise. The dad jumps in. They were rescued.
Oh my goodness. Hey, Max to the boogie.
Bad, but here is the latest from
Before
Fox
we get
News.
started, this just came up. A little girl fell into the water
Passengers
on a
capturing the dramatic
cruise.
rescue of two overboard cruise ship guests, said to be a father and his young daughter. Crew from the ship's Disney Dream rescue team seen scooping the pair up out of the water and returning them to safety.
Well, we saw the rescue mission. They were very efficient. I mean, we saw them pull the dad and child out of the water within a couple.
He got her though. He got her
on a rescue boat and bring them back to the ship.
The incident happened Sunday as the ship was returning to Port Everglades after a 4-night
He got her.
cruise
What you
to
mean
the
she
Bahamas.
disappeared?
Passengers say the girl fell overboard first from the fourth deck.
Oh my
her
God.
father jumping in after her. Fellow passengers and people on social media are now calling the dad fearless and a hero.
You ain't lying.
The ship turned around actually, and then the rescue boats were in. It was moments.
How the girl initially fell is still being investigated. The ship has plexiglass blocking the railings.
Thank God.
On the speaker, they just told us everything was okay, and they did.
God is good. Oh my goodness. Hey y'all, come on in. Come on in. Baby. So much happened today. The family reported it. Okay. Okay. Hey, Max. Did you go live? Baby, when I tell you so much going on. Dang, where was I? When I saw that, I was someplace I was trying to go. Oh, Urban. That Urban guy. Shocking. Jimmy Kimmel meltdown. Why they melting down? they having meltdowns, y'all.
For Diddy, Trump took a break during his goodbye party for Elon to weigh in on whether or not he would consider a pardon for his old pal Diddy.
Oh yeah, they buddies.
Look at what's happening, and I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I don't know. I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact.
You used to go to them
This
parties.
is a man who's famously immune to flattery. It makes no difference to him at all.
Jimmy Kimmel, was you at them parties?
He can let anyone out of prison at any time. He loves it. He's handing out pardons like they're podcast promo codes right now.
Baby.
He won't be giving one to Diddy if 50 Cent has anything to do with it. Nobody's having more fun with this Diddy trial than 50 Cent right now. And 50 Cent, he claims he's going to call President Trump to share all the insulting things Diddy said about him, just in case he's thinking about giving him a pardon. This is how far hip-hop has come. Rappers are now personally reaching out to the president to put their rivals in jail. What happened to snitches get stitches? Is that... And also, can you imagine the list
So
of
listen.
calls Trump fields in the day?
Oh, this is a long one. I ain't.
The list of
So
calls
listen.
Trump fields in...
Why are these people mad as if they wasn't expecting this? I mean, you know, ain't too much happened. It just kind of took a quick left turn. Hold on. When that juror, Misa told Suge everything. What? Lord, why all
I
the...
saw this picture,
Hold
and
on.
it wasn't the ones that was recently released. It was a picture of Suge hugging Misa, and Misa having Justin in her arms. The caption said, "What the East Coast won't take care of, the West Coast will."
If you allow a man to take care of you, how could you get mad when he tell you shut your punk ass up and go get me a drink? Because you putting yourself in that position by allowing another man to feed you.
Diddy had a
Allowing another man to feed you.
And I'm going to put his picture up here. And I'm going to let you determine if he looks more like Justin or does Justin look more like Diddy. Wolf Jones used to be Diddy's bodyguard up until 2003 where he was shot and killed.
How do your son look just like your best friend /
Diddy don't.
bodyguard / man who gave you $300,000 to help bad boy get started?
So Suge
And you didn't want to pay him his money back.
He's dropping hints that Diddy and Misa Hilton have been lying to Justin Combs about his biological dad for years. Now, if you know anything
Diddy been
about
lying about a
history,
lot.
you know Diddy had a bodyguard named Anthony Wolf Jones. Wolf wasn't just a bodyguard, though. He was close to Diddy during the early days, and he even helped him start Bad Boy Records with a $300,000 loan. But things between them got complicated and fast. Wolf ended up dead in 2003, and a lot about that story has always been messy and half explained. Now, Misa Hilton, Justin's mother, has always claimed that Diddy is the father. That's been the official line for decades. But Suge is now hinting that Misa made a deal with Diddy to lie to Justin so that Diddy would raise him as his own. The crazy part is, this isn't coming from out of nowhere. There have been rumors about this for years. People in the industry have been talking about how Justin doesn't really look like Diddy at all. Out of Diddy's 6 kids, 4 look like him. Christian, Chance, and the twins, Jesse and Delilah. As for Quincy, we already know his biological dad,
Who?
to be sure. But Justin is the odd one out. Diddy claimed him as his own. But if you look at Justin, he has Anthony Wolf's whole face. So
Oh, yeah, he
let's
look
talk
like
about
him.
Suge's recent claims about Justin, the timeline around Justin's birth, who Wolf really was, and why Misa allegedly lied to Justin about his real dad.
For some people, is that Diddy's son? Because Diddy had a security guard that worked with him in the early 2000s. His name's Anthony Wolf Jones. And he died, I believe was killed, a month before Justin was born.
So just to give a little background,
Oh, I didn't even know, realize that
in
now.
high school. And according to Diddy's ex-bodyguard, Gene Deal, Misa was around 15 or 16 at the time.
I've always wondered a couple things. Was Diddy messing with Misa when she was in high school? Yeah. So my math is about right. 15, 16, they start messing around. Okay. And Diddy's definitely older than her. Right. So y'all can do the math on that.
Misa was into fashion early on, and when she turned 17, Diddy helped her land a gig assisting on a Jodeci video shoot. That's around the time their relationship started, and they were off and on for a few years. But according to Gene, things weren't as sweet behind the scenes. He says Diddy was controlling and was putting his hands on Misa. Diddy was also cheating on Misa regularly, but the second he thought she might be talking to someone else, he'd snap. And Gene claims it got so violent during one incident that Misa had to hide under a car to get away from Diddy.
Drop dead gorgeous. She thought Puff was messing around. I guess like she started talking to the dude from EPMD. He came to see her, and Puff beat up till she got up under the beat up literally till she tried to run up under the car.
Wow. Oh wow.
Wow. He was reckless with his hands.
So Misa gave birth to Justin in 1993. But here's where things start to get murky. Gene said he can't say for sure whether Justin is biologically Diddy's, but he did point out that Justin looks a lot like Diddy's so-called best friend, Wolf.
Do you think that Diddy is actually Justin's father?
And then people start saying Wolf and Misha look just alike. No, they don't.
I make indie windows like, damn, how your son look like your best friend? If he like it,
Anthony Wolf Jones was one of the closest people in Diddy's inner circle at the time. He was by Diddy's side for years, including during that 1999 nightclub shooting in New York, the one where Diddy was out partying with J-Lo and Shine. All three, Diddy, Shine, and Wolf, ended up getting charged over that incident. But while Diddy and Wolf walked free, Shine was the only one who took the fall and served a 10-year sentence. And as you probably know, there have been rumors that Diddy threw Shine under the bus, allegedly paying off witnesses to shift the blame and keep himself and Wolf out of prison. And Wolf stayed loyal to Diddy, but that loyalty might have been what got him killed. In the late 90s, Diddy started linking up with Big Meech, the head of the Black Mafia family. Around that time, Meech launched BMF Entertainment to wash all the money he was making from his illegal substance operation. BMF Entertainment pushed big artists, including Diddy himself, Jay-Z, T.I., Trina, Young Jeezy, Fabulous, all as a way to give their illegal business a legit cover. But that whole setup came crashing down in 2005 when the DEA cracked down and indicted key BMF members, sending Meech and his brother Southwest T to 30 years behind bars. So here's what happened. A few years before BMF got busted, Big Meech was arrested in connection with a shooting that killed Anthony Wolf Jones. On November 11, 2003, Wolf was shot and killed outside an Atlanta nightclub. But what stood out was Diddy's reaction, or lack of one. He stayed silent, and his response was ice cold. Diddy didn't even comment on Wolf's death publicly. Instead, he got his lawyer, Ben Brofman, to put out a brief statement offering condolences to Wolf's family and saying Diddy wouldn't be commenting out of respect for their privacy. Now, as for Misa and Justin, when Wolf died in 2003, Justin was just 10 years old, and Diddy still wasn't really involved in his life. In fact, according to a 2006 article from Today, Misa tried to get legal support from Diddy, but he fought it in court and ended up refusing to pay for Justin. And while some say Misa suing Diddy for child support meant he had to take a DNA test to prove he was Justin's dad, it turns out that in some states, just signing the birth certificate could have been enough. But this whole timeline where Justin actually moved in with Diddy is pretty unclear. And what a lot of people say is that while Wolf was still around, Diddy wasn't really involved in Justin's life. But then Suge Knight enters the story. According to some insiders, the reason Diddy eventually decided to raise Justin as his own is because he wanted to punish Misa for getting involved with Suge. Remember, Diddy did something similar with Quincy, Kim Porter's son with I'll Be Sure. He was bitter about Kim and Al's relationship and did everything in his power to cut Quincy off from his real dad. Now here's where it gets even messier. During a recent episode of his prison podcast, Suge talked about his relationship with Misa, and he even showed this photo of himself handling daddy duties with baby Justin. And then Gene Deal came forward with even more, saying Suge used to straight up terrorize Diddy, and that Suge stepped in to take care of Misa and Justin because Diddy was acting like a deadbeat. And you already know Suge knew exactly how to get under Diddy's skin.
Puff got mad because Wolf showed him a picture that was in a magazine of Suge Knight and Misa. Suge was hugging Misa, and while she had Justin in her arm, and under the capture, the picture said, "What the East Coast won't take care of, the West Coast will." And let me just tell you something. A vein went through Puff head. Yo, that nigga could have. Yo, he could have bust the vein in the head when Wolf showed the picture. I was so mad at Wolf because we was finished.
Oh, well, that's why Wolf came up missing. I
And they
mean,
got mad, man. And we went to
wait a
some
minute.
spot.
What? Wolf showed it to
terrorized
him?
Diddy, and that Suge stepped in to take care of Misa and Justin because Diddy was acting like a deadbeat. And you already know Suge knew exactly how to get under Diddy's skin.
Puff got mad because Wolf showed him a picture that was in a magazine of Suge Knight and Misa. Suge was hugging Misa, and while she had Justin in her arm, and under the capture, the picture said, "What the East Coast won't take care of, the West Coast will." And let me just tell you something. A vein went through Puff head. Yo, that nigga could have. Yo, he could have bust the vein in the head when Wolf
But
showed
maybe
him.
that's
I
why
was
Wolf
mad
ain't
at Wolf because we
ain't
was
alive.
serious. You know, we was about to go in the house, and they got mad, man. And we went to some spot. It's just crazy, man. It's just crazy, the whole thing. But I'm glad it came to light, man. What's done in the dark will come to light.
So
Well,
according
all
to
of
Big
what
Gene, Misa
he
turned
been
to
doing
Suge
is coming
because
to
Diddy
light.
kept dodging child support payments. Now, whether Diddy was just being a deadbeat or if he actually had doubts about Justin being his kid, that's still up for debate. But one thing is clear: Suge was taking care of Justin before Diddy was.
So,
Ooh,
Effective, healthy
baby, if that ain't dirty,
it takes vision.
if that ain't
One thing is
dirty.
clear: Suge was taking care of Justin before Diddy was.
so Misa's out there working. She gotta work. You understand? She having problems with Puff because Puff don't want to pay her the child support that she need for Justin.
Let's say this. Majority of all his problems that he's dealing with now is because he didn't want to pay people what he should have paid, should have been paying. Being stingy, trifling, conniving is the reason why you put them feds on. Well, not all of the reason. They've been watching you. They say you was an informant. You was working for them. But why did they turn on you, though? That's what I want to know. Who took their hands off of you? Who stopped protecting you? They say you used to be protected, and you got too arrogant, and you had them feds looking at everybody. That's what word on the street is. But carry on. Let's just keep listening.
So she out there trying to make deals.
Hey, Cynthia.
Her business together. She gotta eat, bro. But it's something that was going on that she wasn't getting the money she needed to take care of Justin. And that's all I knew.
Do you think Suge was only messing around with her to get at Diddy, or do you think he actually liked her?
I can't speak for that man. You understand? But that's the art of war.
The interesting thing about Misa is that she was one of the first women in Diddy's life when he started making real money. So you know she's got some stories. But somehow Diddy seems to have silenced her because now she's actually been showing up to his trial and publicly supporting him. Now what's crazy is that just a few months before Cassie filed her lawsuit against Diddy in November 2023, Misa wanted nothing to do with Diddy. And she was actually calling him out for ruining Justin's life. So in June 2023,
Oh, yeah, he in
Justin was
trouble.
arrested for DUI in LA and faced misdemeanor charges. And right after that, Misa went on IG and started blasting Diddy, saying she was done with him and that from now on, she'd be protecting just my son. But Misa wasn't done. She went off on Diddy saying, everyone has to sit around for years and act like there isn't anything wrong with you. Missy then brought up Diddy's lawsuit against liquor company Diageo and said, how you go from the greatest to ever do it to making all your money off alcohol and suing the damn alcohol company? Sell something healthy that builds hope. I'm sick of it. Not mine. Misa also went after Diddy's parenting skills and wrote, the statement "a fish rots from the head down" means that. In addition to being a major contributing factor in a family organization's success, leadership is also the root cause of its failure and demise. The truth shall set you free and all the children. I love a come to Jesus moment. And then she added, I should have kept my child with me. FUCLA too. Everybody can get it. Finally, Misa shared a photo of a lioness protecting her cub and wrote, if anything ever happened to my son, God forbid, what is anyone going to say to me when we all know whose fault it would be? So how did Misa go from airing out Diddy and accusing him of ruining her son to suddenly defending him and showing up in court? Well, most people think the answer's simple. She's still on Diddy's payroll and trying not to mess up those checks. But honestly, Misa wasn't wrong about Diddy messing Justin up. And here's why. Justin was already named in that lawsuit filed by Diddy's producer, Lil Rod. And he just got hit with a brand new lawsuit from a woman who says Justin and Diddy raped her together after her drink was spiked at Justin's house. Wolf's. As for Justin's reaction, he's been completely silent through all of this. No statements, no.
See, this is what kills me about people making excuses for for Diddy, as if he ain't planted them type of demonic seeds in his kids. You up here crying, talking about, you trying to take me away from my kids. You trying to take me away from my kids. So what, you gonna bring them with you to prison? You want the boys to be with you? What? And you, oh yeah, I'm finna talk to you. Mr. Best Friend. Why you didn't have your free puffy stuff on today? Huh? You didn't have it on this day either. I thought every day you went to court for Diddy, you had your free puff. Free puff. Yeah, but you was clean as Clorox today. You was casket sharp. Why? Because you know they was finna lay your friend to rest in court. Oh, it's coming. You keep them casket suits ready, baby. Get them real clean. Nice cologne, hat, and all that, baby. Cause today, it went from one extreme to another. What's that? If it ain't one thing, it's another. If it ain't one thing. Yeah, but carry on.
Distancing himself from Diddy, nothing. And if the allegations in that new lawsuit are true, that silence starts to make a lot more sense. But now I want to hear from you. Do you think Justin is actually Wolf's son and Misa?
Oh, absolutely. They played that game. Hold on. She knows she was being trifling, but I guess he told her he was going to take care of her. I wonder what she probably that she was a gold digger. Or she did it for the money. I mean, you know, since they think that's the answer for everything somebody do. Anytime somebody hold him accountable, it's a money grab. They just look over everything that he do and blame the female. Baby, where they do that at? Ooh, Lord, I'm so sick of them. Let's listen to this.
The jury has officially begun their deliberations in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial.
Baby, today it was just, ooh.
The case is now in their hands. Will they find him guilty or not guilty of the federal sex crimes charges? Will they be hung? Tell you what, we're going to dive into what happened today.
If they do, the feds is coming back.
That shocked us all. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
But based off what I heard today, I don't know.
We are now officially in verdict watch in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal case. Jurors were sent back to deliberate today. They had a interesting series of notes from the jurors, too, which we're going to talk about. And we also heard the jury instructions, which let me tell you right now, so complicated, okay? So complex. I wonder if the jury is going to just have difficulty with them. I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised. And remember what's at stake here. Racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. These are not simple charges to digest or apply to all of the evidence in this case. But remember, Sean Combs, if found guilty, he could face decades or even life in prison if he's convicted of all of these charges. So we want to talk about what happened today in court. And let me bring on Law and Crime's in-court reporter, Elizabeth Milner, fan favorite. Elizabeth, great to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time. So first up, where are we in the deliberations process? How long have they been going before they requested to go home at 5 p.m. Eastern?
Well, they've been going for quite
Oh, my bad.
a while, Jesse. So far, a little close to 5 hours of deliberation. So they're getting pretty in there, and that's only been on day one. Obviously, they came back with a note that says that they are ready to leave at 5 p.m. today. So unfortunately, they didn't go past 5 o'clock or anything like that. They're not still continuing on with their deliberations, but they will start bright and early again tomorrow morning. But it's interesting, Jesse, because already they're having some pretty interesting questions for the judge as to what their jury instructions and the jury charges.
Let's talk about that. There were, I think, 3 notes. There was 1 note, and then there was 2 notes at the end. Let's start with the first note. Happened shortly after they went back to deliberate. What was that note about?
Yeah, well, the first note right off the top was a simple note, or at least I think it was a simple note. It was that the jury had decided who their foreperson is going to be, and that was juror number 5. Now, a lot of us had a couple questions in terms of if it's juror number 5 going back to voir dire and that juror number that was assigned to them then, or does it have to correlate with their seat numbers? But I think we kind of all figured it out. It was kind of going back to the voir dire process. So what we know about juror number 5 is, who again is the foreperson, he's a religious man. He is an investment analyst. He's a Connecticut Country Club member, and so he's going to be the one taking charge. And I think once the jury comes to their decision, he'll be reading that note out loud in front of the court, in front of a lot of people who are anticipating that verdict too.
Oh, that's right. And
Okay,
then
so
we got
it was a guy
controversial
who
note.
told
The
it
big
on
note
25.
everybody's talking about, again, relatively early on in the deliberation process.
Yeah, pretty early on. It came about 1:30 p.m. That's when the judge had read the note out loud. I think the actual message of the note came back probably maybe 20 or so minutes, or close to an hour beforehand, actually, that it had to kind of pertain to juror number 25. And so this particular note was that juror number 25 can't follow instructions, and those instructions being the judge's instructions. And so initially the court was proposing to write back, okay, please explain the nature of your concern. Is it a lack of understanding? Is it unwillingness to follow the instructions? But even as it pertains to juror number 25, what we do know about this particular juror, he's 51 years old, he's a man, and he is a scientist, again, going back to voir dire, learning a little bit about these jurors and knowing a little bit about their background. So that's what we've learned of him. So initially the defense was like, okay, we're a little hesitant to lay out just all the different possibilities. Just ask them to kind of work through everything. They're still early in their deliberations. They still have a lot of time to consider. So that was the defense's initial and proposed instruction, whereas the government was like, okay, I think we should be a little more specific. They wanted to review some of the cases or the case laws too, and so their proposal was, I received your note. I remind every juror to remember my instructions. Please make sure that the note doesn't reveal which way the juror is leaning. So then they kind of took a little bit of time, worked out their issues, couldn't come back to a decision at the end of it, so the judge ended up kind of making his own decision in terms of the proposed note to go back to the juror, and it was pretty much a neutral way that kind of, I think, appeased maybe both parties, or maybe not so much the defense as it did the government, but it was a way to kind of neutralize everything. And then for a while, Jesse, we didn't have a note for a few hours, and so then towards the end of the day, we got that one of the final notes from the jury.
Hey, so I know you guys might be into true crime, but a little side note, anybody out there also in a business?
Excuse me. Come on, Jason.
Sidebar inventory. And to be clear, we have no idea what it means when this juror allegedly is accused of not following instructions. Does it mean, hey, I've already made a decision, I'm not looking at anything in the jury instructions, I'm not looking at any of the evidence, I think he's guilty, I think he's not guilty? We have no idea. It could be that. It could be something specific in the jury instructions that the juror does not want to follow, because there are a lot of instructions in that 62-page packet. No idea. But to be clear, real quick, there are alternates, right? There are alternates. If something happens and this juror is an issue, or there's another juror that's an issue, or there's a juror gets sick or something like this, or has a conflict, they do have jurors on standby, right?
They do have jurors on standby. However, they're not in the deliberation room when the jury, and the main jury, that being the first 12 that were assigned to this particular jury. So the alternates were able to go home if there was ever a situation where an alternate needed to be called in to kind of be tagged out with one of the other jurors. And again, we haven't gotten there yet. So all the alternates are not in the main jury room at all. They're not even in the courthouse. They went back home. However, they gave jury staff members their contact information, which included their phone number. So if there is a situation that arises where an alternate needs to be called in, they're able to get a hold of them just by the court staff getting a hold of their contact information that they gave to them before they were eventually dismissed.
Now the final note, or the final two notes, one was we want to go, home at 5 p.m. They were allowed to stay longer if they wanted to, that they wanted to go home. But we finally got a substantive note in terms of the actual charges. And talk to us about what that note was about. They had a very specific question regarding an actual charge.
Yeah, they had a very specified question to your point, Jesse, and it had to do with what was on page 37 of the jury charge, and that was the jury instructions. And so the note read, referring to page 37, if a person wants, requests, or asks for controlled substances, has the individual distributed? And I think that was a pretty interesting note, given that one of the counts, especially one of the predicate acts, is drug distribution. And so I think maybe the jury was kind of confused possibly on the language of the law that was written, or maybe they just wanted just some more clarification as it particularly pertained to drug distribution under count 1 under the RICO conspiracy. And so what ended up happening is that, yes, to your point, Jesse, the jury was dismissed at 5 p.m. today. They were able to go home for the end of the day, because I know a lot of people have been asking whether or not this jury has been sequestered. They are not sequestered. They are free to go home at the end of the day. They're just not allowed to discuss the case. They're not allowed to watch any documentaries, movies. They cannot watch this sidebar episode. So if any juror is watching the sidebar episode, no, that cannot be a thing. But what ended up happening is after the jury was dismissed, the court had come up with a suggestion to answer their question. And the initial suggestion by the court, so by the judge, was to refer to page 37, lines 1 through 3 of the jury charge. However, he said that both sides can kind of wait until tomorrow to give their proposed kind of note back to the jury. So what the government's response was, though, is that they were kind of concerned about that specific instruction, and they wanted this particular note back to the jury to go that yes, they wanted literally the words yes to be written in the note back, and they say yes, but also give that proposed instruction about referring back to page 37, specifically lines 1 through 3. However, obviously the defense was going to have issue to it, because if you're thinking about, a note going back and it's saying yes, this person is distributing, obviously that's not going to look too good for the defense. So the defense kind of were just like, okay, wait, let's have a little more time to kind of think things through, talk things out with, my colleagues, as well as confer with the government about things. And so what they're going to do, Jesse, is they're going to confer until about 6 p.m. today. Then they're going to probably write it in a form of like a letter to the judge or an email, that type of sort, give it back to the judge, and then they'll discuss it further bright and early tomorrow morning when court begins at 9 a.m.
And that's interesting. The drug distribution part of racketeering conspiracy, arguably maybe one of the stronger underlying predicate crimes to get to racketeering conspiracy. Let's talk about this, because I have to say, jury instructions are usually a snore. They're usually really, really boring in a case, particularly when you have a straightforward charge of, let's say, like a murder charge, right? This case, these jury instructions, 62 pages, are so important. They are so specific. They are so complex. These are not easy to understand charges. So I think I wonder if it's going to take the jury some time just to go over them and understand what they're assigned to be doing, what the elements are. So I want to go over some of the jury instructions that were read aloud today in court, their application to the case. Again, really important, because this is the law that the jury will use to guide them. Very dense. Not going to go through it all. But here are some highlights that I took out. So aside from the basic instructions on, role of the court and the jury, the burden of proof, beyond a reasonable doubt, circumstantial evidence versus direct evidence, they got into the elements of the charges. And the government has to prove each of these beyond a reasonable doubt. So, first of all, when we talk about racketeering conspiracy, arguably the most complex charge, it says, quote, first, that in or about 2004 through in or about 2024, so 20 years, there was an agreement among 2 or more persons to conduct or participate in the affairs of an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. Elizabeth, how do you think the prosecution did to try to prove, hey, everyone, Sean Combs, his assistants, his bodyguards, his inner circle, they all agreed to this? How do you think they did about that, from what you heard in this case so far?
Yeah, well, I think that was the big thing, right, Jesse, is this whole alleged criminal enterprise. And according to the government and according to the allegations made by the government, that Sean Combs was at the head of this alleged criminal enterprise. So throughout this trial, what have we learned about the alleged co-conspirators, that being Christina Quorum, that being security guards like D-Rock and Fahim? But also what we've learned, too, is what the government calls his foot soldiers, and that being the assistants. The assistants kind of, in a way, doing Sean Combs' bidding, whether it is procuring drugs, whether it be a small amount for personal use, as the defense might say, or whether it be drug supplies that were also used in these freak-offs, because according to the government, drugs were an essential ingredient for these freak offs or hotel nights, wild debauchery nights, whatever you want to call them. And so I think in terms of just showing, I know a lot of us were kind of like, oh, more text messages, more text, more audio messages, all of that stuff, but really kind of hearing how the assistants would communicate not only with Sean Combs, but also, again, his alleged co-conspirator, that being Christina Quorum, whether it's to get reimbursement for drugs or get reimbursement for personal supplies that the assistants would use to pay for with their own money, get reimbursement through the company and things of that sort. And so in terms of just count one, and that being the racketeering conspiracy, I think the government made a pretty strong case. Now, whether or not the jury agrees, that is kind of the question going forward now.
And that's just one element, right? So that was just one element. Was there an agreement, okay? The second element was that the racketeering enterprise or its activities would have affected, or in fact affected, interstate or foreign commerce. And on that point, it says interstate or foreign commerce simply means the movement of goods, services, money, and individuals between any two or more states, or between one state and the District of Columbia, or between a state and a U.S. territory or possession, or between the United States and a foreign country. All narcotics activity, even purely local narcotics activity, has an effect on interstate commerce. Now, Elizabeth, I guess that's all about transporting Jane and Cassie Ventura Fine for alleged sex trafficking and prostitution and drug offenses, right? That's the big theme there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it was something that, again, I think a lot of people are like, okay, it's sex trafficking as counts 2 and 4, but it also kind of falls under RICO a little bit too, because, in terms of just interstate or foreign commerce that was affected, according to the government, the defendant knowingly recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, provided, or maintained the victim. The defendant knew or recklessly disregarded that threats of force, fraud, or coercion, or any of the combination of force, fraud, or coercion would be used to cause the victim to engage in commercial sex acts. And again, pointing back to interstate or foreign commerce were affected, because if you think about just going to one of the summary charts or one of the summary exhibits where you're seeing flight records where Jane or Cassie Ventura, even back when Cassie was in a relationship with Sean Combs, Jane was in a relationship with Sean Combs, what you could see from those flight records is flights traveling either from Los Angeles to Miami, or from Los Angeles to New York City, or vice versa. Some even in instances traveling to Turks and Caicos, as Jane had recalled during her testimony. And so in terms of just interstate or foreign commerce, again, the government kind of pointing to that these fall under the elements of sex trafficking, whether it's sex trafficking under RICO, or it also kind of pertains to counts 2 and 4, that being sex trafficking to Cassie and sex trafficking to Jane too.
And yeah, that's an important element, as well as, and I think this is the one I want to explore with you too. So third is the defendant knowingly and willfully joined that agreement. And fourth is that the defendant knowingly and willfully agreed that he or another member of the conspiracy would commit 2 racketeering acts. This is what we talk about, the underlying predicate crimes, right? And that's where it lists out kidnapping, arson, bribery, tampering with a witness, victim, or informant, forced labor, sex trafficking, transportation and inducement to travel for purposes of prostitution and other illegal sexual activities, possession with intent to distribute, or distribution of narcotics and controlled substances. And there are theories for each one of these, like kidnapping or aiding and abetting kidnapping. By the way, there are detailed descriptions of each underlying crime too. There is so much for this jury to process. Again, I can't emphasize that enough. Massive undertaking for this jury. So much law to consider. Now, Elizabeth, out of those underlying crimes, okay, and they need to find that there was a conspiracy to commit 2 of them, right? Which do you feel would be the easier to prove? Which stood out to you from the prosecution's case? And which maybe are you like, I don't know? Because let me tell you, on the verdict form, they have to list out which ones were proven, which ones they were unanimously proven.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar, where you can drill deeper into our 9 to 13%.
Yeah, well, I think the ones that stood out to me, I've already talked about drug distribution, I've already talked about kidnapping, but I'm just going to kind of add 2 more to that list too, and I'm going to talk about arson and bribery. So, for example, arson pertaining to what had happened in January of 2012, because I remember when the government was giving their closing argument, they listed out all the participants of what had happened with Kid Cudi's car in the Porsche, and that included D-Rock, who set up the meeting between Sean Combs and Kid Cudi after the fact. That included Rue, who allegedly went over there with Capricorn Catherine Clark and Sean Combs over to Kid Cudi's home. And so, the jury was able to see photos of Kid Cudi's burnt car. We've been able to see these photos too. They've released them, and so everybody has been able to see them at this point. And so, while there's this kind of lingering question on whether or not the defendant may have had involvement in this, according to the government, they say, of course, the defendant was behind this. 100%. The government is sure that Sean Combs is behind this Molotov cocktail, whether or not he was the one who. Now, there's always been a kind of a conversation on whether or not he was the one who threw it, but according to the defense, there was partial female DNA that was found on the bottle. But according to just some of the other pieces of evidence that the government was able to show the jury, including, messages from Cassie Ventura, where she had alleged that Sean Combs was planning to blow up Kid Cudi's car, and it wouldn't be at his hands. He'd be out of the country when this was going on. And so, according to the government, the evidence suggested that Sean Combs had something to do with this Molotov cocktail that was lodged into Kid Cudi's car back in 2012. I think another interesting one, too, Jesse, is bribery as one of the predicate acts that I might think could be easy-ish to prove, or that the government has already kind of proved it, and that has to deal with what had happened in Los Angeles, California in March of 2016 at the Intercontinental Hotel over there, where Sean Combs had paid $100,000 for that surveillance tape. Now, while the defense says it was because of a PR standpoint, that Cassie and both Sean Combs didn't want to look bad or anything like that, it was nothing nefarious. It was nothing about preventing a witness from going to law enforcement or bringing this information to police or anything like that. They say it was all about PR, and they just don't want each other to look bad. But I think when you talk about just the text messages that accompanied what had happened around this time frame, where Christina Quorum is messaging one of the assistants saying, oh, just say that they had a drunken night and try to get the tape, those types of things that she was sending to the assistants, I think it also kind of might have to go into possibly the conspiracy too, where there was this really kind of active measure to really make sure that they got a hold of this particular surveillance video by any means necessary.
You've highlighted them well. I think those
and
are.
Let us not forget, with that being said, that Cassie made no attempt to go and get it. If the video, she didn't care. That was Diddy, because it was Diddy who called, and her messages to Diddy was, why are you acting like you're okay with what you did? I mean, her messages to him was like, you're disgusting, how dare you, because he was trying to get her, you're gonna take me away from my kids, and da-da-da-da. He did that to her as well. So she wasn't pressed to get that recording. That was him trying to be protected by the things that he. So yes, very much so a conspiracy, and KK and D-Rock was a part of it, because that's who went to the hotel to try to persuade or coerce them into giving them the video, because he had already been advised to get a subpoena or go to the police. So absolutely conspiracy.
Has to deal with what had happened in Los Angeles, California in March of 2016 at the Intercontinental Hotel over there, where Sean Combs had paid $100,000 for that surveillance tape. Now, while the defense says it was because of a PR standpoint, that Cassie and both Sean Combs didn't want to look bad or anything like that, it was nothing nefarious. It was nothing about preventing a witness from going to law enforcement or bringing this information to police or anything like that. They say it was all about PR, and they just don't want each other to look bad. But I think when you talk about just the text messages that accompanied what had happened around this time frame, where Christina Quorum is messaging one of the assistants saying, oh, just say that they had a drunken night and try to get the tape, those types of things that she was sending to the assistants. I think it also kind of might have to go into possibly the conspiracy too, where there was this really kind of active measure to really make sure that they got a hold of this particular surveillance video by any means necessary.
You've highlighted them well. I think those are ones that the jury's going to be wrestling with. And obviously, as we talked about, they had a question about drug distribution. So that's one of the ones they might be considering. By the way, one of the things that I can't ignore, and I don't know if people are talking about it enough, is, if he's convicted, what's his sentence going to be, right? So one of the things the jurors will be asked to decide, it's actually on the verdict form, is if they find Diddy guilty of racketeering, the other question they have to ask is, has the government also proven sex trafficking of Cassie and Jane was within the scope of the pattern of racketeering activity? And if so, there is a special sentencing factor. That's what it is. That means potentially more prison time.
Right,
That is
additional.
a larger range of prison time. So it's very significant, the Cassie and Jane alleged sex trafficking. So now let's talk about sex trafficking of Cassie and Jane. You mentioned it before about the knowingly recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, provide, obtained, or maintain a person by any means. By the way, the judge actually said in the instructions, I instruct you to use the ordinary, everyday
And that's
definitions
it. Guilty,
of those terms.
guilty.
Recruit means to seek to enroll. Entice means to attract, induce, or lure. Harbor means to provide shelter, such as in a house or other place. Transport means to take or convey from one place to another. Provide means to furnish, supply, or make available. Obtain means to gain possession of or acquire. Maintain means to keep in an existing state or support. Second, that the defendant knew or recklessly disregarded the fact that force, threats of force, fraud, or coercion, or any combination of such means would be used to cause the alleged victim to engage in a commercial sex act. And that's interesting, too. It defines a commercial sex act in the instructions as any sex act on account of which anything of value is given to or received by any person. A thing of value need not involve a monetary exchange and need not have any financial component. The defendant need not be the person who receives the thing of value from the sex act. Also note that it is not required that the alleged victim actually performed a commercial sex act as long as the government has proved that the defendant recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, provided, obtained, or maintained the alleged victim for purposes of engaging in a commercial sex act. And that last part goes to the allegation that Combs beat Cassie at the Intercontinental Hotel hallway in 2016 as she was leaving a room with a male performer, but there wasn't a completed sex act. The government would be arguing that is still sex trafficking. And the third element, that the defendant's conduct was in or affecting interstate or foreign commerce. But Elizabeth, this is what I wanted to ask you. You know, force, the force component, that's easy to prove. That's easy to understand, at least. You know, did he use violence to force them to, get them to do sex trafficking acts, right? Sex acts, freak-offs, wild king nights, those kind of things, hotel nights. What in the government's case stood out to you as a form of fraud or coercion to induce Cassie or Jane into sex trafficking? That's not so easily understood. Can you explain, in your opinion, from this case?
Okay, let me say in my opinion. Like when Jane was, well, both of them were kind of wanting to spend time with him. When Cassie, he asked her about a freak off, and she said no. She was she the one on her cycle? One of them was on their cycle, and he said, "Well, can we cuddle? Can we kiss?" And she quickly said yes. That's fraud. That's coercion. That's lying and manipulating. So he tricked her into thinking that they was just to get the freak off. After she said, "No, I'm cramping, I'm bleeding all over the place," and he said, "Well, what about kissing?" And she agreed, and she got there, and guess what? A male hooker was there. And something similar like that happened with the other girl. She was complaining about only wanting to spend time with him. She thought it was her birthday. He took her for her. Both of them got tricked on their birthday, but this is the one for Jane now. And then when she turned around, old boy was there. Another male hooker was there. So that's where I see it. Let's hear what she said.
What are they talking about with fraud or coercion with Cassie or Jane?
Yeah, well, I'll take the first one as it pertains to fraud. first, only because, you know, that to me was something that kind of puzzled in my head too a little bit, Jesse, until there were some arguments that happened outside the presence of the jury. I think this was even before Jane had testified, where the prosecution was like, we plan on proving sex trafficking by fraud. Why? Because they believed that, you know, Diddy enticing Jane to come over to Miami or wherever it be in the hopes that the two would just hang out together.
Okay,
The
there
two
we
would just
go.
have a wholesome date night. The two would just be alone together without an escort being present or an entertainer being present, and Jane would fly over there. She would do that, and then what would happen? That an escort or an entertainer would end up coming after Sean Combs had promised that it would just be the two of them hanging out together, being on a date night, those types of things. Even in terms of fraud by, you know, promising her trips and promising her gifts, all of that stuff is something that I think the government was really trying to prove. Now, whether or not that the jury actually kind of believes this argument in a way, I think that will also kind of, that's a question that also kind of remains in my head. But in terms of coercion, I think there were a lot of instances that were sprinkled out through witness testimony, especially through Cassie and through Jane, where, for example, Cassie and Jane had both testified that they had to do freak-offs or hotel nights while they both had urinary tract infections or UTIs. That Cassie even said that she did freak-offs while she was on her menstrual cycle. These are things that kind of under the law are determined as coercion, just things that obviously that they don't want to do, but they are doing these types of sexual acts, again, while having UTIs, while on their menstrual cycle. Those types of things might also fall under coercion. But again, Jesse, I think the jury will have to realize that too. Like, okay, they've heard a lot of instances as it pertains to Cassie with violence and things of that sort. But in terms of Jane, I don't think the force is necessarily all there, because they kind of point to one specific instance of physical assault, and that being what had happened on June 18th, June 19th of 2024, so just last year. But it'll be interesting to see what the jury has to say in terms of counts 2 and 4, that again being sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, as it pertains to Jane and Cassie Ventura Fine. So it'll be interesting to see what they think about this too, because we may think one way, but the jury may think a completely different way.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I thought this was interesting too. You know, there are other parts. Again, we're not going through all of the jury instructions, but the testimony, I thought this was interesting. It says in the jury instructions that the testimony of a witness who has been granted immunity should be examined by you with greater care than the testimony of an ordinary witness. You should examine the testimony of such a witness to determine whether or not it is colored in any way to further the witness's.
Not a lot of people know about this brand, but it's one that I and a ton of other college and pro level athletes swear by.
Its own interests. Now, you and I both know a lot of important witnesses testified under immunity. They were going to plead the fifth, you know, right against self-incrimination, but they were granted protection from prosecution. Who stands out to you?
I think who stands out to me most is probably Brendan Paul, and I would say Bonnet stand out to me most, and for just completely different reasons. Now, we've heard a lot about Brendan Paul even prior to trial because of the Rodney Jones lawsuit and how he was named in that particular lawsuit as an alleged drug mule. He gets on the stand and he is adamant that he is not an alleged drug mule. He is nothing of that sort. He says, according to him, that he was kind of on the straight and narrow for the most part until that arrest had happened. He was a basketball player previously. He just wanted to do music. He had been working for Sean Combs to kind of, work his way up, those types of things. So he kind of stood out to me because, as we all remember, he was arrested at the airport over in Florida at the same time that Sean Combs' homes were being raided, because he had, according to his testimony, he had a small amount of cocaine on his person that he was supposed to transfer into, I think, either the Gucci bag or one of the designer named bags that was supposed to go with Sean Combs before this trip, this family trip that they were all going on. And then he ends up getting caught with it. He's arrested, but he ended up having a really great lawyer, as he had said, while he had testified, and he was able to kind of work a deal out. And so that's all good. And so even in terms of Bonna's testimony, I think the jury might have a lot of questions in their mind about her and her credibility in a certain way, because there was this whole issue on whether or not this alleged balcony incident happened, but more importantly, when the date of this alleged incident even occurred, because according to the defense, Sean Combs wasn't even in California on the date that Bonna had alleged that he had dangled her from a 17-story balcony over at Cassie's condo. And so I think these are just some questions that will be going through the jurors' minds while they're back there deliberating. Now, whether or not they may remember every single one of the immunized witnesses, that is a wait and see, because there were a little bit of them. I can name, George Kaplan, I can name David James, there is Brendan Paul, there was Bonna Bongolan, and so those are just some of the immunized witnesses that just come to my mind. And I think all of their testimony was interesting, but definitely Brendan's and Bonna's stood out to me the most.
Oh, yeah. I have to ask you about this. It was really interesting. Apparently, they say this in the jury instructions. Diddy's voluntary well, not Diddy, don't say, but Diddy's voluntary intoxication or drunkenness can be considered by the jury as a way to negate his intent to commit certain crimes. So racketeering conspiracy, attempt, kidnapping, bribery, forced labor. I mean, do you remember when that was discussed during the trial?
That's crazy, because everybody can use that.
Mention that in his closing argument. That feels significant because during the course of the trial, the defense was keen on talking about his substance abuse problems. But the idea that this, negates an element of the charges, did Agnifilo mention anything like this?
I feel like I can't remember right off the top of my head whether or not he did, but I think there were points that they definitely, on the defensive side, were really trying to sprinkle in that it might have either been a drunken night or a bad batch of drugs that really caused the reactions that maybe Sean Combs allegedly had on certain instances. I go back to the March 2016 incident where I think the defense was trying to kind of poke holes in terms of just what had happened that night, what had caused that particular violent encounter to really happen. And they, I think at points were trying to say it was, a bad night of drinking or it's a bad batch of drugs.
Well,
and I think it was interesting that the judge did read that particular instruction because I think on the government side, I think they were trying to point to different instances where Sean Combs may have just been completely not drunk or anything like that when violent episodes had occurred. And I think they were trying to say things like when it happened or what had happened on June 18th, June 19th of 2024, where they were kind of trying to drive the point that Sean Combs and Jane both had the same amount to drink. But however, we know what had happened at that particular instance. They both got into a physical altercation. Jane initially kind of slammed Sean Combs' head into a counter, and then Sean Combs reacted in a very, very violent manner where he was chasing Jane throughout her apartment. He kicked her, he dragged her, he caused visible injuries to her that only the jury could see from the exhibit photos and things of that sort. And so it's interesting whether or not the jury will really kind of take into account that particular instruction. Obviously, they should take into account all the instructions that the judge gave them, but that particular instruction kind of stood out to me because I wonder how much of the testimony do they remember, and do they think, okay, well, maybe is it possible that it was just drugs or alcohol or somebody under the influence that caused some of these instances to happen?
Like I said, a lot for this jury to consider, and why I am not surprised that they didn't come back with a verdict today. I could have guessed that. I would have put any money on that they wouldn't have come back with a verdict today. Do they come back with a verdict before the July 4th weekend? That's a more difficult question. We'll see. A lot of evidence, a lot of testimony, a lot of charges, a lot of elements, a lot of law. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much. Great seeing you.
Thanks, Jesse.
And that is all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
Where are we going next? Let's see.
The prosecution delivered their fiery closing argument in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial, highlighting why these are episodes of sex.
Yeah, where's homeboy at? Is he over here? Over here. Let me get to his homie who spoke today. He was at court. Before I forget. Let me hear this breakdown.
Effective, healthy blood pressure support takes more than innovation. It takes vision. At Human, our plant...
Now, I'm not one to gossip, but I will bring you the tea. Welcome to Chronicle Speaks.
Shout out to Chronicle Speaks.
Please, I don't have any time for any gossip now. Eh? Yes, we got tea. So we have reached week number 8, Diddy trial day number 33, but let's first recap 32. So before we get into that recap, prosecutors have been painting Diddy as this ringleader of a criminal empire built on abuse, manipulation, drugs, and coercion. not just in the music industry, but behind closed doors with women like Cassie, Jane, Mia, and Capricorn Clark. They laid out disturbing patterns of freak-offs, threats, blackmails with tapes, and allegedly women being groomed or scared into complying. Now, the defense stepped up trying to flip that narrative. They claim this whole case is a mischaracterization of personal relationships, wild lifestyles, and clout chasing. According to them, this isn't a crime ring, it's love, jealousy, and yes, some freaky behavior, but not RICO. They even tried to downplay the videos and texts, saying Diddy's just a businessman in love, not a criminal mastermind. But prosecutors weren't having it. In their rebuttal, they snapped right back, saying these women were coerced, traumatized, and manipulated. That even when they said yes, it came from fear or control, not consent. And they reminded the jury of the violent freak-offs, bribed security, and trauma bonds that kept these women silent for years. Now, the jury has had the weekend off, and deliberations will officially start today. Now, the question is, will they believe this was love gone wrong or a criminal enterprise hiding behind fame and fortune? We are going to get into trial day number 33 and so much more, but before we do, please be sure to subscribe to this channel and hit the bell for notifications so you don't miss out on any news regarding this case and so much more. Now let's get back into it. At 9:12, Judge Subramanian enters. He says in case there is anything, we'll bring the jury in for the charge. Garrigo says the laptop is ready. There's a few things we'll finalize during the charge. Judge says just email it to the chambers. All rise. The jury now enters. Judge says, I'll read you the charge. It's long, but I'll try to make it interesting. You have now all heard the evidence in this case, as well as the final arguments of the parties. I will instruct you on the law as I give it to you. The evidence is the testimony, the answers, and the exhibits. Arguments are not evidence. You are the sole and exclusive arbiters of the facts. What is a reasonable doubt is based on your common sense after carefully weighing all the evidence. You just weigh each witness's credibility, the truth, and the importance of their testimony. Size him or her up. You must decide. Sean Combs has been formally charged in an indictment. An indictment is not evidence. Count 1, charges from 2004 to 2024, a racketeering enterprise. Count 2, from 2009 to 2018, S3X trafficking of Cassandra Ventura. Count 3, from 2009 to 2018, transporting individuals including but not limited to Ventura for the purpose of prostitution. And then count 4, from 2019 to 2024, S3X trafficking of Jane. Count 5, from 2019 to 2024, transporting individuals including but not limited to Jane for the purpose of prostitution. Each count is separate. For attempt, the U.S. must show intent and a substantial step taken. Mere intention does not amount to an attempt. Aiding and abetting means knowingly doing some act to aid or encourage a crime to be committed. For RICO, the U.S. must prove that from 2004 to 2024, there was an agreement between 2 or more individuals for a racketeer enterprise and that the defendant joined the agreement and committed at least 2 predicate acts. The U.S. must prove a mutual understanding to cooperate. You may infer its existence from the circumstances of this case. Actions may speak louder than words. You may consider the acts of all of those you find to be participants. If you find that the Combs enterprise existed, you must find whether it continued in a substantial similar form from 2004 to 2000. The people know of the existence of the enterprise. The U.S. alleges 8 predicate acts such as kidnapping, arson, bribery, witness tampering, forced labor, S3X trafficking, transportation for prostitution, intent to distribute narcotics. Now, the U.S. has to prove 2 offenses within 10 years. Kidnapping does not occur if the victim consented. Consent may be withdrawn. Arson under California law means that the conspirator set fire to or caused the fire willfully or maliciously. Bribery under California law requires that a conspirator gave or promised to give a bribe to a person given or about to give information to law enforcement to unlawfully influence it. Now let's get to witness tampering. Violation 18, section 1512B3. It does not matter if the subject of the threat is in fact fearful. Only a threat is required, but it must be knowing. For forced labor, Violation 18, Section 1589A requires use of force or use of force of physical restraint. A person may withdraw consent and it may become forced labor. SEX trafficking will have the same definition as in count 2 and 4, and transportation to engage in prostitution, the same as count 3 and 5. Next is distribution of narcotics, including this long word that you see, knowingly and intentionally. Distribution means actual transfer to deliver to another person. For possession, physical custody is not needed. Control is enough. Now, RICO has a 5-year statute of limitation. You must find that it continued past 2019. If you find that the government has not proved this beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Now on to SEX trafficking, count 2 and 4. Transport means to take or convey from one place to another. Reckless disregard satisfies the statute. The deliberate closing of eyes, you must be unanimous on at least one specific instance of SEX trafficking. On count 3 and 5, knowingly transporting or arranging for the transportation of an individual for purposes of act of prostitution, buying or arranging a ticket is enough. Prostitution does not need to be the main purpose. Now, prostitution is engaging in sexual activity for money or its equivalents. You must be unanimous on at least one specific act of transportation with intent to engage in prostitution. On venue, the U.S. must prove at least one act occurred in the Southern District of New York's 8 counties. Now we're in the home stretch. Now, in weighing expert testimony, you should not accept it just because I allowed it. The testimony of government officials are not worth more or less weight than any other witness. Witnesses given immunity should be examined with greater care than ordinary witnesses. Charts and summaries, demonstrative aids are not evidence and will not be available to you in the jury room. Certain witnesses were permitted to be identified by pseudonyms that should not affect your evaluation of their credibility. The defendant was not required to testify, and if he chooses not to, you must not draw any conclusions or attach any significance to that decision.
Yeah,
Voluntary intoxication may negate the intent requirement of RICO predicates. Uncalled witnesses, you have heard names of people not called as witnesses. Each side had an equal opportunity to call them. Do not speculate or consider this. Any notes you took are only for you, not outside reading. You are to consider only what was presented within the 4 walls of this courtroom. You may not communicate about this case, including on X, Instagram, or YouTube. If you see this, tell my deputy. Do not be swayed by bias or implicit bias. These hidden thoughts can impact what we see, what we hear, and how we remember it. You will now retire to consider the case. Each of you must decide the case for himself or herself. After deliberating, your verdict must be unanimous. If you are divided, do not report the specifics. Your foreperson will send out any notes and any verdict. Any communication with the court should be in writing. The alternates do not have to be here, but give your phone number to my deputy. You may be called to replace a juror. You will be called when a verdict is reached. The alternates are 234, 247, 292, 321, and 330.
Well, I can feel the cold.
Please accept my heartfelt gratitude for your service over the past 2 months or even more. My deputy will provide my personal contact info. I could give you a tour of the courthouse. The alternates leave. Judge says, here's the verdict sheet. Only if you find the defendant guilty of count 1, answer as to each predicate was proved or not proved, and whether the SEX trafficking involved Cassie, Jane, or both. Counts 2, 3, and 4, and 5 indicate your verdict as either guilty or not guilty. From now on, your schedule is your own, and you will be provided with meals. Now the marshals will swear you in. Done. Now the jurors can head back to the jury room. All rise. Now the jurors exit. Prosecutor Johnson says, we object to including the subject lines of BlackBerry messages like, I'm so horny. Estevao says, it is common for exhibits to include subject lines. BlackBerry messages are more akin to emails than to text messages. Judge says, let's have only neutral lists go to the jury. I'll trust the parties to provide an appropriate laptop to the jurors. I'm going to stick around for a bit, but we'll just stay here as long as they wish to deliberate. At the end of the day, we'll bring them back in. I appreciate the collegiality on both sides in this case. Anything before we adjourn? Prosecutor Comey says no. Can we go to another floor of the courthouse? He says, just give us your cell phone numbers. And court is adjourned. While court is adjourned, at least for now, Sean Combs is still in the courtroom. His family members are standing in the second room, and Combs goes back to speak with them, holding his hands behind his back, then back to the table, staring at a laptop. Now we have an update. At 11:48, the judge says, we have received a note from the jury. They have elected juror number 5 as the foreperson. It is signed by juror number 5, and there is an agreement on the laptop. It will be taken in to them. Now we'll have an even longer break. Combs is then taken back to his holding cell, and his attorney Driscoll is steady typing away on her laptop. Now Combs is brought back into the courtroom, and his lawyers are huddled up behind him in discussion. There's been another note received by the jury. At 1:27, the judge says, we received a note from the jury that we have a juror number 25, who we believe cannot follow your instructions. I would like to meet with the court about it. Judge says, I suggest I ask for more information. Prosecutor Comey says, may we have a moment to digest what your honor has proposed? This is very sensitive. Agnifilo says, I suggest we just tell them it is early, you're getting started. If there's a further issue, please let us know. Comey says if we go that route, we suggest instructing the jurors it is important not to include any information about what is going on in the jury room. We're looking at U.S. versus Baker. Judge says confer on a response. I'll stay here. Now, the case that Comey cited, U.S. versus Baker, Second Circuit held removal of the juror who refused to participate in deliberations despite her obligations as a juror. Now, at 2:02 p.m., the judge says, do we have an agreed upon response? Agnifilo says, no, we do not. Comey says Ms. Slavic has emailed it to the chambers and it's currently not in the docket. Judge says, do we have the defense's proposal? Comey says it will be in Ms. Slavic's email. Judge says I would prefer to have a neutral response like the government's draft response. That's the one I'll use. I'll put it on the court's letterhead. Agnifilo says there's no suggestion the juror will not follow instructions, so our proposal is more insert. Judge says I don't want to suggest to the jury that there's any particular time they must deliberate. I don't want to tell them that because they just started. I'm going with the government's version. We will print that out and send it to them. So 1 hour into deliberations, the jury sent a note saying that they were worried that one juror could not follow instructions. Now, that juror is allegedly a man with a PhD in molecular biology and has a strong European accent. The judge just sent the note back that says, I received your note. I remind every juror of their duty to deliberate and their obligation to follow my instructions on the law. With the instructions in mind, please continue deliberating. The note also instructs the jury not to reveal any specifics about their deliberation in any future notes. So according to CNN, there is a wild card on the jury, and that is significant. It happened incredibly quickly. There's a lot of give and take, back and forth. Now, deliberations can get incredibly heated, and that's part of the process. For the jurors to say that one juror is not going to follow the judge's instructions, this is quite notable, especially at this early stage of the process. According to the note, the foreperson also asked to speak with the judge or to have juror number 25 interview, which would be the next step in the process. And then it's really up to the judge to decide, all right, I don't know if this juror could continue to deliberate, but they've already started. So there's already good grounds for any type of appeal by the defense should there be a conviction. This scenario is a possible massive headache at this early stage of the game, especially since the judge already dismissed a juror earlier this month. Juror number 25 is a 51-year-old male who works as a scientist who lives in Manhattan with his domestic partner.
Bam.
On June 16th, the judge just...
Bam, right there. Bam, right there. So I said, okay. So, domestic partner. And then I started thinking about how Diddy is playing with that community. Being in the closet. Just kind of like how the Swingers Association denounced Diddy. Well, not denounced or renounced, because he was never a part of it, but they blasted him for being considered a swinger. And they were saying, no, he's criminal. He's not a part of our community. We do not identify with what he's doing. Da 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 da. And so either he didn't, the number 25 didn't feel the need to go through that whole process of deliberation, is a possibility. And then there's also a possibility that he could be offended how Diddy is in the closet. And being demonic with, because a lot of times that community don't like that closet stuff, to my knowledge. They rather, if that's what if you like same sex, embrace it instead of lying, manipulating, trying to trick people, and all of that different stuff. So that also could be a factor in why he was like, I'm not, no. Because at that point, they had not really been able to deliberate versus going through the 63 pages. So when I thought about it, he may have a attitude or an opinion or a whole distaste because of the way he is handling how because Diddy is, I don't even necessarily think he's bisexual. If I'm gonna be honest, he may have to get in there every now and then, but he don't really choose to. That's why he don't like showing affection. That's why these girls kept begging him for affection, just begging him for some more. He cannot really truly be intimate with them without another man being there, because he's not turned on unless a man is there. Man ain't there. So to him, when you start asking him for intimate quality time, and she's getting something from it, just being with him, in his mind, it's like, well, I got to get some too. And so if you not gonna call one of the cowboys and angels, shit, I am. And that's how it always plays out. But let's keep listening. Why is this playing the move? Yep. Stop playing with your sexuality.
So
Come
there's
on out the
already
closet.
good grounds for any type of appeals by the defense should there be a conviction. This scenario is a possible massive headache at this early stage of the game, especially since the judge already dismissed a juror earlier this month. Juror number 25 is a 51-year-old male who works as a scientist who lives in Manhattan with his domestic partner. On June 16th, the judge dismissed juror number 6 over the juror's inconsistent disclosure about where he lives. Okay, at 4:49, Sean Combs has been brought back into the courtroom by the U.S. Marshals. His lawyers are gathered around looking at a piece of paper. Another note has been sent in by the jury. Okay, the note from the jury says, we have 2 letters, notes from the jury. If an individual asks for a controlled substance and the person hands it over, is it distribution? And the second letter says they will end at 5 o'clock today. I suggest we respond by pointing them to the jury charge. So it's currently 5:06. I want to leave you with this guy who explains a little bit of RICO and how it is to be a defense attorney waiting for the jury to come back with a verdict. Take a listen to this.
If you want to get your name, phone number, and address off the internet, but want to handle the removals yourself, Optory's free opt-out guides are amazing. When you sign up for Optory's free scanning, you'll get a full picture of where your personal...
Good, freakishly early Monday morning. I hope everybody had a relaxing, sleep-filled weekend. I guarantee you slept better than Mr. Combs. Today, the jury is going to get the case, and they're going to render a verdict. A couple of interesting things before you get there. One, the judge is first going to tell the jury the law on the case. You've heard everybody say that's the charge on the case. What the judge is going to say is, this is the law. Not the way you want the law to be, but what I tell you is the law, whether you agree with it or whether you disagree with it. Why is this a big deal? Again, I've mentioned I've been doing this for 25 years, tried well north of 100 cases. I have never seen a situation where closing arguments end on a Friday and they stop. And then we come back on Monday and get the charge on the law. Why is that such a big deal? It's a big deal the last thing the jury hears, but everybody talking about this great closing argument by the defense, the great by the prosecution, the jury done forgot all that shit. So all they're going to hear is the judge saying that this is what the law is, now go back there and make a decision. That aids the United States of America because the law in this charge is oddly specific. The judge is going to say what the law is and say if the government has met the elements and this is the law, then you convict. And that's the entirety of the instruction. They give them the verdict form and make a decision. It's sort of like if you go to somebody's house and they're playing Uno and they're just like, man, you can't put a draw 2 on a draw 2. It's their damn house. You follow their rules, no matter whether you like them or not. Number 2, something that people have talked about it, but I do find this interesting. One of the reasons defense attorneys, me, all of us hate RICO is one, it's so incredibly confusing. But, a couple things. One, as lawyers, we are not allowed to tell the jury the penalty somebody is facing, and you're not allowed to say the reason why the United States of America or your state is going after somebody. In RICO, if the United States is able to prove, meaning the jury finds him guilty of RICO, then the United States can go back later and say, Judge, that is a corrupt organization. And its entire purpose of crime, so it's up to us, it's incumbent of us as the United States of America to dismantle this organization. Take it down brick by brick. And we need to get all their assets and all their money so we can use it to fund the other stuff that the United States does. Why do you think the United States has so much money to combat crime? Because they keep taking it from individuals they convict of crime. Don't you think it would have been interesting for the jury to know, you know what? They're targeting that billionaire, Mr. Combs, and taking his organization so they can get all of those funds. That's one of the things the defense attorney was trying to get into by saying they're targeting it, and the judge shut it down. It's like, nah, you ain't getting into that. And they were like, bad boy, come out and play. And the judge said, you're not getting into that. So that's one of the things that's very fascinating when you look at a RICO conviction and why we don't like it, because the overreaching power of what they can do if they get that RICO conviction. Then, finally, 2 things. The last 2 things we've been asking a lot. 1, Mr. Kidd, you wear such bright suits in court. You damn Skippy, try and stop me. And 2, most importantly, someone's asked, do you still get nervous? Most defense lawyers will tell you, you don't get nervous giving openings, you don't get nervous doing closings, you don't get nervous doing cross-examinations. None of that stuff creates all of these crazy nerves. The nerves come when you're sitting at lunch, everything's done, right about 11, 12 o'clock, 1, 2 o'clock. Every time that phone rings, who that is? Who that is? Every phone rings, and all of a sudden, Jerry's got a question. You're like, son of a bitch. Every time the phone rings, you're going to start getting nervous. But the most nervous that the criminal defense attorneys in this case will be is that.
Hey, Crystal.
All right.
Hi, Sarah.
Jury has a verdict.
Hey, Hal.
Walking in with the
I'm
defendant's
sorry,
booty rise.
Michelle.
His booty hole going to be tight. Well, for the first time, his booty hole will probably be tight.
Oh, wow.
It is the most nervous, the most nerve-wracking you'll be as a defense attorney as you're waiting that, and it's going to feel like an eternity as the judge is reading the form. It looks correct to me, and then you have Madam Clerk publish a firm, and then the clerk stands up and says, in this case of the United States of America versus Sean Combs, as to count 1. That's the most nervous defense attorneys and the chocolate demon will possibly be in this case. People ask, what do you think the verdict will be? I don't know. I really don't know. And anyone telling you they know what that jury is doing is completely lying. I do think it favors the government tremendously that today all they're going to hear is the charge and go back there and ask to render a decision. Turn the TV off. Turn the TV off. Here comes the sun. Take that, take that, take that, take that, take that. Taking a trip, as a matter of fact, a little later today. Can you guess where I'm going? Cheerio. And then someone says, what type of jury would you have picked on this case? I think I might send you a video of what I would have picked.
What I need to do is hear from you. What do you think about everything currently going on in the world of Diddy and the verdict watch? Leave a comment, and you know how we do. We'll talk about it down below. Talk to you guys later.
Yeah. Yeah, it's more to it with that guy. But let's stay tuned. Hold on. Got a couple of more to go. Here, hold on. Hold on. Where did it go? Right here. I can't get it.
To him, no, bro. Nah, we not. Nah, Let's. 2018 when I.
Let's go, Gene Deal. They trying to blame you.
I'm gonna say this first, brother. That nobody knows what the jury decision is going to be. Nobody. And for me to have a prediction like I got a crystal ball or I want something to happen, I'm trouble going to tell you my prediction, but I want to say this first, if you allow me to. This journey didn't start in 2018 when I came to YouTube and I started talking about Bad Boy and Diddy and his character. This journey started right after the Notorious Big was.
Were you born between 1960 and 1969? If so, you can get $250 to spend at McDonald's completely free. And I can.
As Diddy faces
I did that by accident.
To him, no, bro. Nah, we not. Nah. I want to say this first, if you allow me to. This journey didn't start in 2018. I came to YouTube and I started talking about Bad Boy and Diddy and his character. This journey started right after the Notorious Big was murdered, and even before then. But me conversating and talking about Diddy in the streets of New York was verified by somebody who actually came home, and that was Roger Bonds in probably 2007 or 2008, because Roger Bonds was a dude in the street getting money or whatever, and when he came out, he was given a job with Bad Boy. So I'm just going to leave that part. He clarified it in the Bad Boy camp because he's the only one other than me that has came out and spoke about any of this stuff. So when I start talking about Puff character and the dude that he was, it was after Big got murdered. Even though I was still working for Bad Boy, I still was talking about who this cat was. Like I tried to tell y'all, they needed me more than I needed them. A lot of these guys who come on this internet, they don't know. Bruh, they don't know that I was a New York State parole officer. I ran Elite Investigation. I ran Tiana Towers, Eastchester Housing, Tiana Towers, and Lampert Housing, doing the security teams around there. I ran clubs, the Mirage. You understand? I did the security. I did a lot of things. I helped guys in the street change their life, reintegrate them back. And Mikey, just give me a minute, brother. Just give me a minute, because I want to get this out, bro. Because, because a lot of people is going to say, like, yo, after Puff and this trial thing goes on with Bad Boy, the Gene don't have a story. You understand? If these people would read my books, if these people would do interviews and talk about a lot of stuff in my book, they know I did a lot of stuff in the streets to help guys get out the streets. People want to shut me up and people want me to be quiet because I tell guys it's all right to go to work every day. It's all right to get your education. It's all right to be somebody positive in the community. It's all right to hang out with dudes who call themselves street dudes, and you ain't got to be a street dude to do it. I'm living proof that you ain't got to be in the street hustling and everything. And you ain't got to be in the street knocking somebody in the head and stuff like that.
Well, how you doing,
I'm living
Gene?
proof that you could go to work, home, and take care of your family. So now, I came here to this internet to talk about this dude's character. It's nothing I said that could have landed that dude in jail. Any of those secrets would probably die with him. It's nothing that I said or I've heard anybody else say until the federal government came in, because nobody knew, Mighty. Nobody knew before the federal government came in and hit Puff with those charges that any of this would have ever happened. You could not tell me, nobody could predict that this dude would be sitting on trial for his life.
Hey, Amy.
It just wasn't in the cards. And now,
can y'all please hit the like button? Double tap the screen. This thing has happened. Please.
It's made YouTube a lot of money. It's made content creators a lot of money. And everybody is talking about something that we started. Way back with Wisdom Clear, MREC, you took over and took it to a whole nother level. Everybody is using it. Everybody is saying that it's Gene Deal's fault. It's Gene Deal who did this. Cassie and a couple other people now, since the federal government got involved in it. Nobody could predict what would happen, but I'm going to tell you what I think is going to go down, brother.
Let's go.
Because a lot of has gone, and a lot of people who wasn't at the trial or didn't hear the prosecution do what they did would think Diddy might be getting off. A lot of people think that Diddy might be getting off because they don't know the letter of the law.
That's true.
The prosecution,
they don't know the letter of the law. I agree, Gene.
They did a great job in explaining.
They think how they feel is the law.
The 11 charges. The 11 charges. Well,
it could cost you up to $8,000 to fix a transmission, or up to $10,000 to fix your engine, or up to $2,500.
How they feel is the law.
4 or 5 charges, but they got different, like sex trafficking, then paying a prostitution. Under sex trafficking, they might have paying a prostitute, transporting prostitution. They got different checkpoints, and that the juror is going to have to go through to check off whether this guy is guilty of the things they saying. The RICO law, they have different statutes of the RICO law that the prosecution had to prove, as well as racketeering. You know what I'm saying? All this started by what I said, the character of this gentleman. The character of Puff, what he has done over the years to people, had nothing to do with Gene Deal. So now, the prosecution went in there. They explained everything that Puff did. Diddy, as y'all know him as. Everything he did as far as the drug trafficking, having people bring him drugs, having people kidnapped, taken from their home, sitting up for hours in warehouses, being given polygraph tests, beating of women, holding women over balconies. They prove that he bribed witnesses, tried to give certain people money, I guess it's not a bribery since there was no criminal charges, brought up prior to that. That's what the defense tried to say.
That ain't
But
true.
offering people money, selling lawsuits, things that he wasn't supposed to be guilty of, but he quick to settle them, quick to offer people money. The prosecution did that whole thing. They went through that whole gambit. Ain't nobody paying nobody no money if they ain't guilty of nothing.
True that.
Not him. It was a lot of things that the prosecution did their job into showing us. Not only this guy's not a good guy. This guy behavior is detrimental to society. We can see that. We can see that because we know other things that he has said and done that didn't even make it to the trial. I look back on all the original charges. They could have went at him a whole lot of different ways. And I was wondering why they only did 4 or 5 charges. Why they didn't get into tax evasion? Why they didn't get into, it's a lot of things that they could have got into, but they didn't get into that, brother. And I'm wondering why. I'm wondering, is it because he got friends in high places still? That's a possibility. We wouldn't be here with the federal government.
Who taking their hands off of
if
him?
he never had made those people mad, bro.
Second, third time I done heard that.
The federal government been knowing about Diddy for a long time. For a long time. You got people coming out saying now, I've seen Suge on your program, said he was a federal agent. I've been told people that. That I know him and Kirk Burroughs was taking paperwork down to the federal government. I've been knew he was going to D.C. I did a show on that. There's a lot of things that's going on here. There's a lot of things that you see. Even when people thought that the prosecution was letting up by having the predicate acts and the predicate charges dropped. And people was going in, he getting off, he getting off. No, they did that to make the case more better for the juror when they look at it. And it doesn't give him an opportunity. It may give him an opportunity, but it lessens his opportunity for appeals when they drop the attempted arson, attempted kidnapping, attempted this, that, and the third. When they drop those charges and say, no, he did do it, it makes it easier for the jury to read and make a decision on it. Instead of having to say, they got attempt here, and then they got he did it here. Did he attempt it or did he didn't do it?
He did
you understand? The jury don't have to go through stuff like that, brother. You understand? So now, the prosecution, what they did was, they laid out everything this whole past week. And they put it into play. And here we go.
Here we go.
We got the defense.
Here we go again.
The defense who did Diddy dirty.
Excuse me.
He paid them all that money for them to tell him, literally just say, okay, Cassie got $20 million out the deal. She's not a victim. These people came back to work because they loved them. What they didn't understand is that you had a guy that was in power.
Come on, Jane. Tell it.
And he wasn't really a music mogul no more. He was selling alcohol. He was marketing. What music he sold in the last 10 years that would make him a multi-millionaire? He wasn't a music mogul. They was trying to pull, yo, this music mogul. No. He was doing a whole lot of other things for those folks out there. And when he showed and bit the hand that fed him, he got himself in a whole lot of trouble. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. He did this to himself, and his defense didn't help him. Well, they got in there. They made these stories. They said these things that, okay, these people loved him. Cassie got paid. They even went as far as saying that one of the girls that he was dealing with, Joan or Jane, that had a baby by another person in the music business, that he was taking care of the dude's son. Everybody know that's.
Oh, I'm back too far.
And he wasn't really a music mogul no more. He was selling alcohol. He was marketing. What music he sold in the last 10 years that would make him a multi-millionaire? He wasn't a music mogul. They was trying to pull, yo, this music mogul. No. He was doing a whole lot of other things for those folks out there. And when he showed and bit the hand that fed him,
Come on.
he got himself in a whole lot of trouble. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. He did this to himself, and his defense didn't help him. Well, they got in there. They made these stories. They said these things that, okay, these people loved him. Cassie got paid. They even went as far as saying that one of the girls that he was dealing with, Joan or Jane, that had a baby by another person in the music business, that he was taking care of the dude's son. Everybody know that's a lie.
Oh, he talking about 50.
Everybody know that that's a lie. But that's what the lawyers are getting paid for. They lied when they said Cassie loved it and wanted to be there. They lied and said that everybody who was there loved him so much.
Imagine multiple threads becoming one. A single, non...
They even asked one of his chief financial advisors on the stand. Doing cross. The prosecutor called him. That was Derek. I remember Derek from back in the day. We used to write them invoices to him. If he have, I check the next week. Derek was given a slew of questions about Diddy. He is a workaholic. He makes you do your best on everything. He has a project in front of him. He completes all the projects. He does what he's supposed to do. And then the defense asked him, well, would you say Mr. Combs is a good man, a great guy? Derek got quiet as a church mouse.
He sure did. So I can't
and
say
didn't
that
say
well.
nothing.
He said, well,
This
I
is
don't
somebody
know if I
that
can
worked
say
with him
that. I
for
don't know
years.
about that. Somebody said.
Didn't say, and the defense said, strike that question, let's leave that alone. So now, everybody wondering,
the defense, who they gonna call? Who they gonna call up to the stand? They couldn't even call Ghostbusters. Man, listen here. Nobody. You know why they didn't call nobody? Because they didn't want nobody to be crossed. It ain't because that the defense did a terrible job. I mean, the prosecution did a terrible job. They didn't prove their case. If they didn't prove their case, those motions to dismiss would have been thrown out. The judge would have been like, yo, you really listen here. Y'all right. Them motherfuckers ain't proved nothing. Those motions to dismiss would have been granted.
They'd acquit them.
If the prosecution didn't prove their case, those motions that Diddy and them put in to dismiss the case would have been granted. Now, was these cases stretched? As we know by RICO, as we know by racketeering, they could have been stretched, but they still was the law. They came in accordance to the guidelines of the law so the prosecution could charge them with it. And the defense didn't fight that.
He couldn't because it's the law.
To fight against the witnesses.
Yeah.
The prosecution, I think they had about 34, anywhere from 27 to 34
That's true.
witnesses.
He fought against the witnesses. He did not fight against the law.
Went at them, the ones that they could.
Facts.
Because somebody offered you $100,000 for a tape. How you gonna get mad at me? That's your dude who offered me the money. I ain't turning down nothing but my collar. So all those things that they should have went at us and tried to get witnesses, they dare not to. They dare not. Like they were saying, yo, my client might go on a witness. He might be a witness too, Your Honor. Speaking about Diddy, his narcissistic ass would have got bombed on.
Ooh, I was hoping he would go on that stand.
The six-pack girls. I bet they drink Budweiser. But those girls would have tore his ass up, his narcissistic ass, because he was going to have to explain everything he did. So, you know, why you hung over the balcony? Or why you choked her? Why you threw apples? Why you threw a glass? What makes you so angry? Do you think people want to have pee in their mouth?
Oh, come on.
Do you have a sick fetish with lubricant, baby oil? He would have to explain all of that. So they couldn't have put his ass on the stand. He couldn't even defend himself. He wouldn't have been able to defend himself. This whole thing has been crazy. His daughters them broke down and crying in the courtroom, leaving out. Who does that to their kids, bruh? This dude ain't the same dude that came into the same game. This dude ain't the same dude.
Your favorite movies are on YouTube. Enjoy the latest releases. Get Max, MGM Plus, Star.
That party in New York City when he had Bad Boy in New York City. All these guys come on this YouTube And they want to blame security for
Gene said he
his
ain't going.
character. They want to say security had something to do with it, allowed him to do this and do like that. I ain't never seen not one officer and not one of those events that he was in the street with. Puff had a lot of sense. He didn't do his dirt with NYPD, with parole, corrections, or none of us who work for him. If he did his dirt, he did it with those street guys who were security and that showed up and came up in the trial. They came up in the trial. So now, none of the security that was police officers or had government credentials came up in the trial, bro. D-Rock, Paul, Bonds, Remy, street guys. Say hello to the bad guy here. Because you want to make me out the bad guy. Because I'm going to tell you the truth and I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. My prediction on this, what I believe that's going to go down, the trial, if it happens before the 4th of July, he might have a chance. If it goes after the 4th of July, that means those jurors are taking their job seriously.
Oh, it shouldn't take that long, Gene. Come on.
They have went down and took the judge's instructions and said, we're not going to let this MF go unless we sure. Unless we're positive.
I don't think it should take that long.
We're not going to put him back on the streets.
Yeah, but you know,
unless we know for sure that we could be safe.
But it ain't going to take until after the 4th.
They're not going to find him guilty if it happens before the 4th. If it happened after the 4th, I predict that they're going to find him guilty. Now, Mighty, you might want to say, well, that's not giving me your opinion, G. You're not telling me what you really think, but I am. I spent 27 years of my life, man, trying to keep guys out of jail. I spent 27 years of my life trying to tell dudes this is the right way. When I was with Puff, I would do the same thing to him. No, bro. Nah, let's move. Don't do this. Let's get involved. Nah, let's move from here. Let's go. That was my job. Not only to protect him, but protect people around us from the bull. I would never, ever let him do no dumb shit. Not to women, not to even his own mama. This is crazy out here. This dude, I know. I know because I know. I know because I know, Mighty. He don't belong in society.
I agree.
He needs to pay his just dues. And I hate the fact that his daughter, his kids gotta hear this, gotta go through what they go through, because they gonna love their father if, ands, or buts, or supposes. They love their daddy, because that's their father. But to hear all the monstrous that he did, to women, whether they let them or not. Whether they let them or not, it's got to wear on them. It's got to hurt their heart. Those kids now, Mighty, the courts don't care about that. Justice is blind. She got that blindfold on her. Who told the best story? The prosecution told the best story.
Facts.
Who made the best sense?
Facts.
No matter how big, how little it is, the prosecution made the best sense. They told the best story. But it's up to the jurors now. The jurors got to decide. They're not going to be looking at her family dynamics, what those little girls going to think, what the other public is going to think. If they do the right thing, they're going to think about the job and the task they took on and do the best of their ability. Did the prosecution prove their case? Yes, they did, Mighty. No matter how minute we might believe or think it is in our community, they proved their case. This dude ain't a good dude, bro.
Bottom line.
This dude did to people that he loved.
How freedom?
Stopped them from getting certain jobs. Saying things to other people to get people hurt. I used to wonder why Heavy D used to grab that little nigga by the throat, by the back of his head, and like pull him in the office. Heavy, here's something. Now, I don't care who was doing security. When Heavy D came around Puff, and he grabbed this little nigga and brought him into an office, Puff was a Biggie, Mace, had all those big artists. When Heavy heard something bad that happened and he didn't did it, or said something or did something to somebody, Heavy would grab that little nigga by the back of his throat and rush this nigga in the office. And nobody might never seen Heavy like that.
When you're starting out with your finances, you want to see your money grow. Credit Karma can help you improve a low score.
But Heavy would have hurt him. He didn't play those games. And a lot of y'all don't know Heavy D to be that type of person.
Yeah.
That dancing, that rapping stuff like
listen, everybody
that
sound
old
like
things
everybody who tried to chastise him or handle him a little rough at some point. It sound like they ain't here no more. I'm just saying.
Nah. Heavy he had that street in him. Money earning Mount Vernon, the Young Guns. They all represent Heavy D. Heavy had some kind of power over his
Heavy D.
It seemed like when Heavy died, Wolf died.
Yeah.
This nigga just went bonkers.
He don't like nobody laughing at him, talking about him, saying he didn't do a good job. Anybody talk down on him, they gone.
Does he have a defense? He don't have no defense, bro.
Nope.
We seen that. He ain't had no witnesses. Because cross-examination would have tore their ass up. The jurors seen 34 witnesses from the 27 or 34 witnesses from the prosecution to go through another 10, 4, 5 other witnesses that he could have brought. or he should have brought, or woulda, coulda. They didn't want to see the prosecution tear their ass up. So they rest. They rest. Now Diddy is going to go somewhere and rest too. The only thing that's going to save him for doing a whole lot of years is that pre-sentence based on the categories in which they fall up under if he gets the RICO. At the RICO, he could get life. That's what they trying to avoid. They praying that the jurors don't give him the RICO and the racketeering. If he just get the sex crimes, the judge gonna hit him with the, I guess the right terminology would be the full, well, okay, the full extent of the law.
Right.
Based on the category, based on this being his first federal, actually his federal, he didn't get charged in D.C., but I don't know how he worked that out with that little shit that happened in D.C. back in 91 or 90. No, it was 90. That little stampede, and I don't know what he did to work that off. But when they go back and see that this is his, let's look at, this might be his first criminal charges and everything like that, the judge is going to hit him with the full extent based on the category. Now the lawyers, they're going to go in there.
I don't think his
and they're
kids are no special than anybody else's kids whose parents compromise their livelihood.
That's what they're going to do
over their kids. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, you know, for the kids' sake, I get it, but it's the if the parents, I don't care who it is, I don't, not just Diddy, anybody, everybody need, just like I'm true to it when it comes to everybody keep their hands to themselves. I am the same way about parents making their kids a priority for them to not put themselves in a position to be away from their kids. It is the parents' responsibility to change their ways. His kids, his daughters should have been that important to him that he stopped doing what he was doing. Everybody in prison that got kids, you know, our hearts should go out to everybody's kids. His kids ain't no special than nobody else who's incarcerated and away from their kids. But their kids got to be important to them. See, them freak-offs was more important to Diddy than his daughters. And his sons, because he got them wrapped up in that mess. His kids ain't no special than nobody else's kids. I am sorry to say that, but that is the God's awful truth. And his kids need to be important to his. But that drug, putting something, slipping people Mickeys and Miley's and all of that type stuff was more important to him. His King's night or whatever that mess was. His priorities was messed up. So I get it, but I don't get it. Because he's not special. That's the problem with him. He think he's entitled. He think he's special. He think he should be able to get away with it. I've been getting away with it for 20 years. Oh, okay. Well, time is up. All good things must come to an end. And he is not exempt from that. I am really sick of Diddy thinking he's special. No. and now, you know, you praying and you reading and, you know, how to be patient. I mean, could you not have done that before you got caught? Could you not have done that? When these females who really thought you was into you, really trying to go hard for you, you gave that girl props while everybody is going in on Cassie. She this, she that, she that. He knows. He said it. He said it in front of everybody at the BET Awards that time while that young Miami was holding up that sign saying, "Go Poppy, go Poppy." He's saying, "Thank you, Cassie, for holding me down in through the dark times." He gave her credit. He gave her props. So while everybody talking about her, everybody saying she this, that, and the other, she did it because she thought he loved her, because she didn't know no better. She was a kid. She was a teenager. 18, 19. She was not 20. She was still a teenager. So time out for making excuses for Diddy. Diddy is 55. 55. And it's everybody else's fault. Even when he apologized, it's still everybody else's fault. That's bullcrap. That's bullcrap. He gotta go sit down. Because the reality of it is, if Diddy do not sit down, he's going to do it again. He's already planning the 4th of July white party. He already planning a party right now. Already planning a freak off. He ain't learned nothing.
Get the RICO. They praying that he don't get the racketeering. The sex trafficking was completely proven by 27 sex workers flying in and out, having sex with Cassie and Jane, and being paid to have sex with Cassie and Jane, and doing all kinds of crazy shit, busting they man juices on these women for him to lick it off. I don't know that man. I don't know him. This Diddy is not the Puff that we knew. Or he was hiding something that we didn't even know.
He said he don't know Diddy. I know Puff. I don't know that dangling Diddy look. I don't know him. But I know this nigga her. He want male juices. Ooh, that is something nasty, ain't it? Ooh, that's something nasty. Ugh.
And being paid to have sex with Cassie and Jane, and doing all kinds of crazy shit, busting they man juices on these women for him to lick it off. I don't know that man. I don't know him. This Diddy is not the Puff that we knew. Or he was hiding something that we didn't even know.
I don't know Diddy. I know Puff.
This is a crazy thing, Mighty. It's real crazy. And it's going down.
Oh my goodness.
It's coming to the end. And this is the first time in our life. Now, we've seen this shit happen to R. Kelly. And did R. Kelly deserve all the time that he got? I don't know. Wasn't that his first time or this, that, and the third?
Shit, no.
And he got all those years for that?
Several cases. It ain't his first time. Hell, Aaliyah was 15.
I don't know. But this is the first time that we've seen a mofo that God gave him the ability to be a dream chaser, turn into a nightmare maker in front of our eyes. He made a lot of nightmares for motherfuckers. And it's time. It's time for him to pay up.
I agree.
It's time for him to pay up for the DC stampede. It's time for him to pay up for the City College tragedy. It's time for him to pay up for Craig Mack, the notorious big Black Rob, anybody that he took from, anybody that he sit up there and say, well, I just did the same thing that Sony and Arista did to them. No, you wasn't supposed to, bruh. You wasn't supposed to. You were supposed to teach those kids
facts,
the right business so they can take care of their families.
Facts.
God gave you the ability to chase your dreams and bring people in there to help them. You turned everybody that you touched. You made them have nightmares about you, bruh.
Facts.
And now,
men and women. Men and women.
Defense. Cats can say what you want to say. I rest my case.
So you personally, and I know it's hard to say, but if you had to pick, what charges do you think they're going to get them on?
If I look at what they have a clear-cut charge on, is the transportation of prostitution. They have a clear-cut charge on transportation of prostitution.
Well,
the RICO.
Well, I know this was recorded before today, cause baby, they asking about that distribution, and if they asking about that, I know bribery is a check, extortion is a check, arson is a check. The S3X trafficking by force is a check for Cassie, and by fraud with Jane. When she went on that trip thinking for her birthday, and she thinking it was her birthday gift and it was just gonna be her and him, because she didn't want no freak off. And guess what? A male prostitute was there, so he tricked her. Fraud. Yeah. Absolutely. He out of here. Care what nobody say. He out of here.
Which has the violence, the drugs. They have the drugs and the guns.
Absolutely. He out of here.
They have those charges too, because they found the guns in their house. The physical violence, which is basically domestic, I don't think those are federal charges.
Hold on. Listen. An employer hitting, striking, an employee hitting or striking an employer is not domestic, is not DV. We gotta stop this. We gotta stop this. As many people as he hit that worked for him, SA'd them. That is not DV. We got to stop making excuses for ill-minded people. He is a PDF filer. It ain't never. Can't no nail boss, nobody I've ever worked for put their hands on me and I'ma call it DV. Are y'all crazy? I mean, is he paying some of y'all? Because y'all way up in his asses. I swear to God. Y'all are way up in his ass. Come out. Because I know it's funky in there. Come out that nigga's ass. Every time somebody attacks up, it's not DV. I don't know now DV case where a man was dragging a woman back into a room where there is a male hooker for her to have SEX with them. Y'all stop that foolishness. You ain't never had nobody beat up they supposed to be mate to go screw another man. You're a lie and the truth ain't in you if you make excuses for that. Because Jules was in that room waiting up, butt booty ass naked. That is not DV. That is trafficking.
Charges.
And I hope he goes for life.
It just shows the action.
Show the mindset, the intent,
the RICO,
the sickness. And y'all folks making excuses for him.
So
y'all sick too.
The drugs.
Allegedly.
They have the drugs and the guns. They have those charges too because they found the guns in their house. The physical violence, which is basically domestic, I don't think those are federal charges. It just shows the action. The racketeering, using his businesses to pay for drugs.
Absolutely. They don't even want to talk about that. They don't even want to talk about that, Gene. They get brand new on that one, boy. Woo-wee. Ooh-wee.
Using his businesses to pay for prostitution, using his business to bribe witnesses and potential witnesses. I think the racketeering.
And when he did that, again, I'm going to say he had his empire. Part of his empire. He had KK. She initiated it. Then she went up to the man's job to try to persuade him again. And when that didn't work, she called him on his private phone that he didn't give nobody at Combs Enterprises. And when he started saying no, you got to go through the proper protocol. There's standard operating procedures. You have to get a subpoena or go through the police. Then she said, hold on, somebody want to talk to you. And then here comes the boss. Here comes the CEO of the enterprise. Yo, playboy, I can end you. I can end your career. Threatening. He was threatening before he called him his angel. So how did it go from ending your career? Do you know who I am? I can end your career. So, oh man, I knew you could make it happen. Ooh, you my angel. That's your new name. My angel. Started out threatening. Started out force. Started out by force. Shit. I don't know what y'all on. Yeah, I don't know what y'all on. And he had KK first, and then when he came and brought the paperwork and the money, he had his bodyguard. He had D-Rock standing over him, asking for their ID, telling him how to beat the government. Don't buy nothing big. You don't have to worry about the IRS. Oh, yeah, most definitely. He's a kingpin. Yeah, absolutely.
And the prostitution, transportation, and sale of the prostitution, that's what brings on the RICO. So it all plays in together. But I think it's a solid with the paying the sex workers and everything. And paying for the drugs with the business. I think that's solid as a rock.
And Cass's mama in the 20,000 so that...
Does your internet bill keep getting
so that
higher?
He won't...
That's because promo pricing is full of surprises.
Show the
at
sex
Google
tape
Fiber,
at our mama's
no
job.
install fees, no nonsense. It's the same price every month. Visit.
Please don't forget about that one. Please, please, please. Don't forget about that. Imagine somebody contacting your mama saying, if you don't give me $20,000, I'm going to put this video out of your nasty daughter doing nasty shit, and I'm going to send it to your job so everybody at your job can see it. And then somebody at your enterprise give her directions on how to wire the money. Oh, please don't let us forget about that. Please don't. Please don't. We dare can't forget about that. Imagine somebody calling your mama. Yeah, okay. He needs to be up under
Jurors were finally
jail.
set to decide Diddy's future. But in less than an hour, everything cracked. One message, just a single slip of paper, sparked a chain reaction no one predicted. What could force an entire courtroom to freeze? And why are legal experts calling this the most volatile trial twist yet? Just after 11:30 a.m. Eastern, the jury in Diddy's trial locked themselves behind closed doors. 12 people, 7 weeks of evidence, and a verdict that could tip his entire future. They quickly began reviewing a 40-page instruction guide and a streamlined verdict sheet covering 5 serious charges. Nearly 70 minutes later, a dramatic turn. The jury sent an urgent note to the judge. Their message? One juror was struggling to understand and apply the court's directions, raising immediate alarm. The foreperson made it clear. We're concerned Juror 25 cannot follow your honor's instructions. By early afternoon, Judge Subramanian stepped in. First, he held a brief session with both defense and prosecution, each side weighing in on how to handle the situation. Then, he delivered a pointed instruction to the jury. Keep deliberating and stick to the legal guidance provided. The jury complied, returning to their cabin of tense discussion. But that note, it cracked the case wide open. Barely an hour into deliberations, the courtroom buzz hit a sudden pause. The jury foreperson sent a note directly to the judge. We are concerned Juror 25 cannot follow your honor's instructions. That message landed just after 12:30 p.m. Eastern, stalling proceedings in a courtroom already bristling with tension. Who is Juror 25? According to the note, he's a 51-year-old Manhattan-based scientist, a PhD holder in molecular biology and neuroscience, referred to as Juror 25 to protect his privacy. The jury didn't say he was disruptive, just that he wasn't keeping pace with the legal guidance provided. Within minutes, Judge Subramanian called both sides into a rare off-camera conference. The defense urged caution. We can always scale this back, they noted, while the prosecution recommended a firm response. The judge agreed a reminder was needed, but not a replacement. At 2 p.m., a formal note was sent back. Deliberations must continue and follow the law as instructed. No new jurors, no do-overs, just a legal nudge to stay focused. Back in the room, the jurors resumed quietly. But underneath that calm lay a question hanging heavy. How long before confusion turns into deadlock? And what happens if doubts about comprehension unravel the entire process? Behind every whispered deliberation sits the weight of 5 serious charges, each carrying the potential for decades behind bars. For Diddy, this isn't just a courtroom battle. It's a crossroads of an entire empire built over 3 decades in music, fashion, and business. The jury knows what's riding on their decision. Prosecutors laid out evidence stretching from jet flights arranged for private gatherings to financial trails hinting at hush payments. Even high-profile testimonies from artists, former associates, and 2 women known publicly as Cassie and Jane painted a picture the defense insists is exaggerated and driven by personal gain. A conviction could mean Diddy faces the possibility of a lifetime in confinement. A staggering fall for a mogul who once ruled charts and red carpets. Meanwhile, an acquittal could trigger heated debate over whether powerful figures escape accountability. Legal experts warn this verdict will echo far beyond one man. It could spark new investigations, civil cases, or shape how similar charges are prosecuted in the future. The jury knows eyes across the industry and the country are locked on them. And every hour they spend behind closed doors only raises one question louder. Will they come back united or split beyond repair? Across 7 weeks, the courtroom became a stage for stories few imagined hearing in public. 34 witnesses took the stand, each adding puzzle pieces that shaped the prosecution's narrative and sometimes challenged it. Prosecutors unveiled surveillance clips showing private jets, luxury hotels, and high-security properties, mapping out a network they claimed hid private gatherings and financial dealings. One witness described elaborate security arrangements and travel schedules so tight they rivaled top-level political convoys. Messages were entered into evidence, some cryptic, others blunt, hinting at coordination around those gatherings. Meanwhile, the defense fought to discredit several key witnesses, arguing memories were warped by personal motives or settlements reached outside court. Then came 2 central figures, Cassie and a woman called Jane, who offered deeply personal accounts, both emotional and detailed. Their stories, though challenged by the defense, left a visible impact on the jury, with some members watching intently and even exchanging glances during certain testimony. Yet, despite hours of recordings and stacks of documents, much remains disputed. Was this a high-flying business tycoon's lifestyle, or the facade for darker dealings? That's the question the jury now carries behind closed doors. Distracting the courtroom drama, a new storm is brewing online, and it's powered by AI. Over the past day, dozens of YouTube channels have unleashed a flood of deepfake videos tied to Diddy's trial. These aren't simple clickbait. They're AI-generated clips, thumbnails, and narrations that twist reality to grab views and fast. One source pulled data showing nearly 900 AI-infused Diddy videos over the last year, many aiming to shock viewers with fake testimony or dramatic celebrity ties. These videos alone racked up close to 70 million views. The formula is predictable. A bold, sensational thumbnail, a made-up quote, often provocative, and the promise of explosive new trial revelations. But the truth? None of it's real. No fresh testimony, no surprise witnesses, just AI slop meant to game the algorithm. Creators aren't
Hi,
just
Willie. Hi,
amateurs,
Lamar.
they're farming revenue. Many of the channels hit by this trend were demonetized or banned once YouTube caught on. But the wave keeps growing as newcomers jump in, attracted by low-cost AI tools and quick money. This isn't harmless entertainment. It threatens to skew public perception
Can you
of the
please
trial.
double tap your screen
Viewers tuning in might believe
on your phone?
manufactured scenes of testimony or courtroom drama that never happened. And worst of all, it could affect how people talk about the real jury's decision. While the jury wrestles with evidence and one member's confusion, legal experts are already dissecting the possible fallout. A conviction would set off a chain reaction of appeals, fresh legal motions, and likely new civil claims tied to similar allegations. Industry insiders say the outcome could also affect Diddy's business partnerships, brand deals, and even future licensing of his music catalog. But even if he's cleared, the road ahead might not be smooth. Legal analysts warn that an acquittal wouldn't erase the trial's public record or the flood of documents and testimony now circulating in the media. Civil lawsuits could still follow, especially from individuals who testified or claimed connections to the case. Some insiders suggest more people might come forward if they see gaps left by the criminal proceedings. Meanwhile, the judge has made it clear. Deliberations must keep moving. No timeline is set for a verdict, meaning the jury could stay locked away for days, especially if debate over JUROR25's understanding continues to stall progress. Observers are watching for signals, a note from the jury, a sudden question to the judge, or a sign that they've reached a decision. Until then, the stakes remain sky high. So now the courtroom waits. One juror's confusion, mountains of evidence, and a verdict that could reshape everything Diddy has built. Every hour without an answer fuels new questions. Will the jury break the deadlock or fracture under the weight of it all? Tomorrow, the stakes climb higher, and whatever comes next, you'll hear it here first. Make sure you're tuned in, because the story isn't over.
One more before we go. I need for y'all to double tap your screen on your phone. Right here. Just on the face of your phone. Can you do that for me? Or hit the thumbs up on your computer or your tablet. Ready to go. Here I go, here I go, here I go again. I just saw it. Hold on. This was funny. This is funny. 50 cents. 50 cents. No, he ain't no good. Hold on. How'd I cut the volume down? Hold on. 50 cents. No, he is wrong. Oh my goodness. I can't play that music. Let's go. Molly. Okay, let me get to my last one. Hold on. Diddy's best friend. Let me get to it. Where did it go? I hope it didn't take it down. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again.
Stuck in the branch that it was growing on, and
Jane Doe was jealous
You don't think me was hung out with 17 floors?
All right, so we got Charlucci in the building. He's been here since day one.
Shout out to
every day in the courtroom,
Armand.
supporting his longtime friend, best friend, Sean Combs. So I caught up with him to ask him a couple questions. So the first question is, if we get a guilty verdict, how does this change the trajectory of dating, especially men with power, money, and access, and women? Like, what happens?
Oh, you have to go AI. You're going to have to create your own woman, and you have to date on AI, virtual. I mean, AI is looking good right now, so, I mean, you're not going to be able to trust.
He's saying you're going to have to date AI.
So we got Charlucci in the building.
Charlucci.
Every day in the courtroom, supporting his longtime friend, best friend, Sean Combs. So I caught up with him to ask him a couple questions. So the first question is, if we get a guilty verdict, how does this change the trajectory of dating, especially men with power, money, and access, and women? Like, what happens?
Oh, you have to go AI. You're going to have to create your own woman, and you have to date on AI, virtual. I mean, AI is looking good right now, so, I mean, you're not going to be able to trust with it. Because everything now is being looked at as, if they can convict him on something like this, I mean, you can't, anything you do to a woman, she can bring a charge on you about it.
That's what I thought. I thought what was interesting was the distribution part. Like, just because you handed her the pill, and to do that was very interesting to me.
Yeah, it's very.
Just because you hand her a pill. Oh, yeah. Ate that ass up. The law ate that ass up. How long have I been telling the tea sippers? I see why a lot of y'all go to jails, why the jails overcrowded. Because stuff that y'all think ain't against the law is against the law. And y'all think that because how you feel is going to supersede the law. And they going to lock that ass up. And you keep on. You going to let your current office send your ass over to where they trying to send them, Guatemala? Yeah, you repeat offenders who can't seem to get it together. He itching for a reason to ship y'all asses back somewhere. Yeah. Let's be clear. So don't pass nobody nothing that's illegal. Because it's distribution. Even if they ask you for it. Even if they don't pay you for it. If they say, give me one of them goofy pills, and you give it to them, that's distribution. Let's be clear. Let's go.
I thought what was interesting was the distribution part. Like, just because you handed her the pill.
I've been saying it for years, ain't it, Crystal?
Yeah, it's very crazy. How many times you been out somebody, I only smoke weed, right? Matter of fact, I seen people have people who puff a cigarette, can I get a puff of that? You have people, a person's cigarette. You having a drink, can I get a sip of that? It's just
that ain't illegal.
Like drugs, I guess, like when someone's smoking weed or drinking, they share it. Here you go. I didn't know sharing drugs or sharing drinks or sharing cigarettes.
It's drugs.
Could be a crime. I didn't know that.
Well, I guess the interesting part is that
you knew that
because all of a sudden a person could say, I was coerced or I was uncomfortable or he made me do.
Yep, right here. It's coerced. Let me tell you how it's coerced. When they say, here, take this, and you say, no, here, take that, and they make you take it. Just like somebody said yesterday, the day before, that he made them raise their tongue up to make sure, Kim Porter and that other lady that has charges a year that was won some type of modeling contest. And he did her the same exact way. Yeah. And he gave her them goofy pills and wanted to make sure she took it. Force, raise your tongue up. Let me see. I want to make sure it was taken. Yeah, absolutely.
Ketamine was not Puff's drug of choice.
Yeah.
Ecstasy and you did a little bit of coke and whatever the case may be.
So you knew that he was using. So you know these. Well, wait a minute now. Keep talking. So you knew these people drugs of choice. So you been knowing. So when these people would come over here telling me Diddy didn't do drugs, they lying, ain't they? Because you know they drug of choice. So now you finna tell us what cat. So was you living in the house? Was you in the room? How you know they drug of choice? Who are you, sir? Huh? You sure know a lot. Yeah. Do you be going in them secret rooms and coming behind folk? Are you one of the ones that be in the room when folk don't know their drawers is down to their feet and shit? Because you know a lot. I'm just saying. How you know so much? Huh? Diddy best friend since childhood? How do you know so much? How do you know what Cassie's DRUG of choice and Diddy's? Are you one of them butt boys with him? Because you know an awful lot. How do you know so much? Huh? Tell AunTeaFee. You can tell me. Your secret's good with me. You one of them boys? Huh? Okay, keep talking. You gonna tell off on yourself? Because I'm listening with my good ear. Ah, with that good ear. Let's go. Come on. Let it out.
Even the text he told her, I don't like this drug. I don't like the way it make me feel. Can we stop doing that? She got upset because he didn't want to do ketamine.
Wow. Okay, and so if we get a not guilty verdict.
Well, how you know that? Was you there?
See, and you did a little bit of coke and whatever the case may be, but ketamine.
Oh, so he did do a little. Oh, okay. Come on, keep talking. What you do? What you do?
Could be a crime. I didn't know that.
Well, I guess what's the interesting part is that it could be a crime because all of a sudden a person could say, I was coerced or I was uncomfortable or he made me do.
If you ask me for it.
Right.
You cannot hand somebody.
Could be a crime. I didn't know that.
Well, I guess.
Yeah, it's a drug.
The part is that it could
It's
be
illegal.
a crime because all of a sudden a person could say, I was coerced or I was uncomfortable or he made me do.
If you ask me for it.
Right.
It's because it's illegal.
Ketamine was not Puff's drug of choice.
Yeah.
Ecstasy.
So are you? Let me ask you something, cause I told you casket sharp. I told you that earlier. You know I ain't no hater, Colucci. So are you the Bentley Farnsworth? Are you the new Farnsworth Bentley? Did you replace him? Are you the new umbrella guy? Cause your casket sharp, and you all up in his tail. You way up in there. You know what he like. You know, what's that? Whatever you like. You know an awful lot, baby. You way up in there. We know he like the booty games, but keep talking. We listening.
Ketamine, I don't know how you say it, was Cassie's choice of drug. Even the text he told her, I don't like this drug. I don't like the way it make me feel. Can we stop doing that? She got upset because he didn't want to do ketamine.
Wow. Okay, and so if we get a not guilty verdict, right?
Yeah, stop believing everything folks say.
He gets go home free, part we forget about everything, or where do we go from here?
Well, as a culture, we're very short-sighted, so if it's not in the news, nobody cares. So he goes home, right? He starts putting his life back together, and he goes on to be a better father, better friend, better entrepreneur, and he just moves forward. That's it. There's nothing else. He didn't commit a crime, so there ain't too much for him to do. His personal business, okay, his dirty laundry's out there, right?
Yeah.
This is why he got to go to prison. This is why he has to go to prison. because you insist on saying he did not commit a crime when they have given you a list of federal charges of crimes he committed. You just found out today that you didn't know that handing someone a pill is distribution. That's a crime. You just said you didn't know, but you found out today, but you still saying he didn't commit a crime. You're delusional. You're delusional. And come on. Y'all need to stop playing with y'allself. These people not playing with y'all. Y'all missing the big picture. They are setting it up. Okay? They do not ride horses with sheets over their head no more. They don't lure you to places they know you're going to be to set you up. They allow you to get away with shit and then snatch it from you and put you in prison for the rest of your life. And in the way your current administrative office, they trying to be able to send you back to where you came from. Stay woke, people. Making America great again, it does not include you. Now, they can do all the DRUGSs they want to up there. Way up there. But see, who Diddy pissed off? Who done took their hands off Diddy? Is way up there. Again, I'm going to say, that's why Suge Knight was trying to tell Diddy on the cool to get on the stand and tell everything. Tell your story. Tell who pulled you into this same bull crap you doing. He said, I ain't saying Diddy ain't guilty of the things that he's been accused of. I'm just saying he ain't the only one. Because if you don't tell it, this madness continues to go on. That's what he was saying. I heard it with my good ear. That's the only way to make something good out of what's going on is to tell it. So it's Suge telling him to snitch. Suge is telling him, don't go down by yourself. Because once your ass get locked up, they going to continue to do what they doing. And you would have been loyal to people who are unloyal to you. Because then none of them come to your aid. That's what he's trying to tell you on the cool. Can y'all double tap your screen? Give my likes up. Let's go.
It is what it is now. That's it. But do you think, like, because I'm a gay man, right? And so, especially in our culture, hip-hop culture, when you see, you know, we're not really accepted in that community, right? But so now, when...
You can't say that, because Diddy... What?
You probably got a lot of
what?
Gay men and gay women in the suite that's probably...
I know he do disagree. What are we doing? I know you do. Because the man that's standing behind you. That's 90% of the problem. Because he in the closet with his shit. How many times do I have to tell y'all he mishandled the females because he want the guys. He cannot truly be intimate with them girls or show no form of compassion or nothing unless them guys are there, because that's how he get his rocks off. He does not sit in the corner and watch her do shit unless it's a bar. When that other guy say he went ham over there in that corner, that's because he saw his the donkey donk. Yeah. He get more turned on with the guys than the females do. He just used them. See? So No, I know you do disagree because you know the truth about Doodoo Diddy. And that may be why juror number 25 don't even want to waste no more time on this foolishness, because you know most of the time they don't like it when you faking the funk like that. And he has a domestic partner, so he understands. Or that may be who sit there to try to get Diddy off. I mean, when I mean, you know, a mistrial, not get him off. You know what I mean. Because they in the same, you know, environment. Yeah, he is. He's sick. Yep. And this guy, his best friend, you know, he is too. Because he's making excuses. I'd rather him just shut up. Because you up here talking about you didn't know because Diddy didn't break no law. You're a lie. That's what started this conversation. You finding out that is distribution. And they going to wear his ass out. Let's go.
Don't want to come out for whatever reason, right? But I don't think that y'all shunned it anything like that. You probably don't want to come out for it. I don't think you guys are not accepting. You probably got a lot of gay men and gay women in the suite that's probably don't want to come out for whatever reason. Right?
Did he?
But I don't think that y'all shunned it anything like that at all. I really don't. I've been in this game a long time.
So you don't think that the people will look at him different because they see the male escorts, or that doesn't change anything?
That's what he loved. They understand that.
With baby or with the male escorts. Let's start there. Right? Okay. He was never intimate with these men. They never did a threesome together with the men. You follow me?
Boy. Now we heard that Foyne Rico said he was asked to do a threesome with Doodoo Diddy. Stop lying. Now, are you trying to tell me you in every room with him? I mean, I'm telling you, you saying a lot. You know what he drank. You know what he liked. You know everything. That man said that Jane asked him for a threesome with Diddy, and he said no. So shut up. Stop lying. But you casket Shaw.
He would get off watching. He was a voyeur. He would get off watching the guy have sex with her.
Okay.
He'll take in the room for them two to be together.
Okay.
All right. If you remember back, maybe like 3 weeks ago, the guy testified that he was looking at Puff. And Puff asked him, "What is he looking at? Why are you looking at me?" Right. So he's not homophobic, but he's not homosexual either.
All right. So yeah, I think that's
kinky. Puff is kinky.
Yeah, I got it. All right.
Yeah, you done been with Puff. He done been with Puff, y'all. Can y'all see it in his eyes and his smile when he talk about him? Yeah, he freaky. He freaky.
All right.
Yeah, he freaky.
Last question, and I'll let you go. And I forgot, but with the family, you're sitting with them every day. They're like, how are you, like, can you give us any insight on, like, how you are, like, managing with the kids or how you're encouraging them? Because the daughters have to sit and hear all these things, and the sons and the mom. Like, how do you guys manage that and keep them focused from, like, the cameras and the drama and the gossip and, you know what I mean?
Well, they grew up under the lights, right? This ain't nothing new to them. The lights, the cameras, they did kids, right?
Yeah.
They know who their dad is. They know these are lies. So they just got to sit through and hear the lies, right? If there's any truth about it, yeah, it would be a lot of, it would be really hard for them and emotional. Had there been any truth to it. There's no truth to this. So they sit through these lies like, what are they talking about?
Yeah. I think probably the worst testimony was Jane Doe. I think that she really helped the defense on that.
Oh, so did Mia. I mean,
yeah.
Mia helped.
A lot of the witnesses helped. Honestly,
I don't even understand why we here at this point. Like this is why the defense didn't call anyone, because they didn't have to.
Right.
Why would you call it?
Or you didn't have anyone.
They're telling you everything. And
yeah.
Lies. All day long, they're lying.
I will say I don't think that Mia was raped, and I definitely think that Jane Doe was jealous of.
And you don't think Mia was hung out of a 17th floor window by
Vanna.
Yeah. I challenge anybody to take a gallon of water in each hand and do this. Hold it out there for 5 minutes. She said she was held for 5 minutes over a terrorist, wiggling. Let me go, don't drop me. And he's holding her like this.
Yeah.
Come on.
Now, they did continuously play the Cassie video, though.
Oh, yeah. But see,
now,
but that's not, see, we gonna like comment on that because,
okay.
like I said, domestic violence is always bad, right?
Yeah.
It's never good for a man to put his hands on a woman or a woman to put her hands on a man. Everybody keep their hands to themselves, right? But this is not what he's on trial for. She's not on trial for domestic violence. Had this been domestic violence, we'll be having a totally different conversation right now.
I agree.
It was domestic. It was not domestic violence. It was trafficking because Jules was in there waiting for her to have S3X. But you are intentionally leaving it out. You are intentionally leaving it out. Why does that never come out of anyone's mouth who was waiting on why she was being pulled back in there? Because she had work to do with Jules. So that was pimp. It wasn't DV. It was pimp. He was pimping. And his worker ran out. And he ran after her to drag her back in there because she had work to do. So no, it was pimping. He was big pimping. Because he got this, what he tell Rico? He's into how can I say it? Corn. Subtract the C and put a P. Yeah, he into that. He's into that lifestyle. I told y'all a long time ago with Dolph now that it was some human trafficking going on. Yes, indeed. Hi, Darlene. Yeah. So make sure you say it right. It wasn't DV. It was pimping. He was big pimping. And he was treating her like a worker. And dragging her back in there where a butt booty naked man was waiting on her. Let's call a spade a spade. Yeah. And the way you acting, sir, you in on it too. Yeah.
Okay. I know I said one more, but I got to get this one because I think this is a big thing. Like, a lot of people are saying that, hey, this case is not a good case. But I know a lot of people that want a guilty verdict because they feel like that his reputation in the past has been like this monster just in the industry.
What makes him a monster in the industry?
Well, his business relationship.
As the main boss. Who don't have a main boss? You have a job?
No. Well, this is my job. I'm my boss. Right. I'm my own boss. But I've had a job.
All right. Why do you work for yourself? Because of the boss, right?
Right.
You don't like the way your boss talk to you, right?
Right.
And you ask anybody. Anybody has a boss, feel like their boss. They had a movie called Mean Boss, right? Devil Wear Prada. There's a bunch of movies out there about mean bosses. Can a boss tell you to come to work tomorrow night? Hey, look, why don't you come to work 8 hours late?
Yeah.
Nice. No, you're going to take advantage of that, right? So what happens is...
No, sir, he takes advantage. They don't get off. Okay, y'all, he full of shit. I can't do him no more. Cause forced labor, thank you. That's one of them as well. He reminded me of the forced labor. These people working 3-4 days straight. Gotta take one of them Mollies to try to stay up. Cause he don't let them get off work. He told them that they don't have a life working for him. Quit your girlfriend. He wanted to say, I'm your woman now, but he didn't. Yeah. Okay, y'all finna go to sleep. Y'all have a good night. It's just, I can't listen to him. Oh, Lord, heaven no. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Well, it is tomorrow. Later. Bye. Please hit the like button on your way out. Can you please? Just double tap your screen on your phone. Hit the like button. Or the thumbs up. Can you do that for me? Bye, Crystal. Thank you. He crazy as hell.
United States versus Sean Combs. Whew, really quickly, the jury got all of their instructions this morning, and the case is officially in the jury's hands. So they voted on a four-person, and this was around 11:48 a.m., and the jury split around 11:30 a.m. So by 11:48, they decided that the four-person would be juror number 5, and he's a 31-year-old white male investment analyst from Connecticut. And then we were called back in because another note was given to the judge. And what's going on is a little interesting. The judge read the note, and it said, "We have juror number 25 who can't seem to follow Your Honor's instructions." Now, what does that mean? We're not so sure. They need more information. However, they are a little bit nervous. And when I say they, I mean the court, the defense, the government. They don't want to know any of the nature of maybe which way this person is thinking. It's very vague, but they kind of want to keep it that way. So the government proposed, please explain the nature of why you can't follow the instructions. Is it lack of willingness? Is it lack of understanding? And then they had a whole bunch of legal jargon there. And the defense wanted it to be just a lot more simple, saying, hey, you just started, we don't want to lay out all these possibilities. Just kind of work through it until you can. And
dance, because I feel like male strippers, like, what does that look like? Is that just like a lot of thrusting and like cock swinging, or like lifting women up and putting their vaginas in your face? Like, what do men actually do as dancers? Like, you pop out of cakes and like, cop outfits and fireman outfits and stuff. Like, what do you do?
I mean, you do have different outfits, but you gotta understand, men and women is very different. So if women come entertain men, they don't really have self and like, okay, I finally made it. Like, ain't nobody gonna get into it. I'm gonna get paid to get this.
Okay, we're gonna get into it. Okay, where did we start with this? So, how did you even get it? So, were you a dancer? Like, who are you? Like, were you a stripper? Or you escort? Like, who are you?
Nah, I was actually an athlete. I played college football, basketball, ran track. Could have swore I was going to the NBA until about 23.
Mm-hmm.
I had the fatality, so I tried the corporate route. It wasn't for me. Got fired, so I can get that unemployment, And then I was in the gym, and this lady comes up to me in the sauna. She's like, you can make a lot of money. And I'm like, doing what? She's like, oh, stripping. I'm like, oh, no, I'm not wearing like little underwear or nothing like that. And she was like, no, you can wear boy shorts. You're tall. You got the build. And trust me, you'll make money. So she gave me a business card. Threw it on my desk, and once that unemployment ran out, I picked that card up and made that call.
You made the call. That looked real like CBJ right there. I made that call.
Man, I made the call, and then they told me, "Oh, are you ready to work?" And I'm like, "Look, I was never the type to have the towel in the back pocket, be at the club dancing, and that was never me." Mm-hmm. So I had to learn all. This is brand new to me. I'm doing drills all day. I'm not dancing at all. Mm-hmm. I've probably been at 3 or 4 clubs in my life.
And so, what year was this? You started?
I started in 2008. 2008.
And how old were you then? 23.
I was 27.
27. Okay. And so you just were dancing from 2008 to when?
I stopped doing shows probably around 39, 38, 39, just because it was just too much.
For a long time. Over like 12 years. Okay.
Yeah, well, see, I own an agency as well, so a lot of the times, a lot of these dancers were flakes, so I gotta go cover now. So I didn't want to work, but if I want my business to survive, then.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So when you dance, because I feel like male strippers, like, what does that look like? Is that just like a lot of thrusting and like cock swinging, or like lifting women up and putting their vaginas in your face? Like, what do men actually do as dancers? Like, you pop out of cakes and like, cop outfits or fireman outfits and stuff. Like, what do you do?
I mean, you do have different outfits, but you gotta understand, men and women is very different. So if women come entertain men, they don't really have to do too much, and dudes are naturally just gonna trick. But if you go entertain for a woman, tall, 6'8" pack, shoes, belt clean, because they pay attention. So, I gotta make sure I know all the dances. I make sure I know the hip roll. Everything. Everything has to be on point, because you never want nobody to think that you have to be there. Like, I'm always pulling up in a hot whip. Like, I'm here because y'all called me.
So like, you have like the G-string with the banana peel thing, and you just like whip it out.
I use the fruit roller technique. So I used to take strips of black. I take strips of like black t-shirts, right? And maybe like 4 strips. Do a little fluff, wrap it around, and then roll it up roll it up. Mummify it. And then I put the boy shorts on, and then as I progress through the show, depending on what section, each part of the show is 15 minutes long. Okay. So depending on what section I'm in, then I start to unmummify it.
Oh.
So by the end of the show.
Does it be hard the whole time?
No, it don't be hard. It's just,
Kimberly, you supposed to be gone.
But it's not.
I think I'm slick.
So I'm just like, I watched the, what is that, Queen of the South? Not Queen of the South, where they got the dancers on BT Plus, all the Queen's Men. And I'm like, is that?
I had to come pull this one out, because this is the guy who was talking about Diddy was over there in that corner going ham with a strong hand. Yeah, this the one. I couldn't find him the other day for a Shelly Shell, but this is the one right here. Yeah, he was over there in the corner with a strong hand. This him. Let's go.
Real, like, where they do the dances and they got the lady in the back that she's the fluffer. Is that a real thing where they got a fluffer that suck it?
They do have fluffers. I mean,
wait till you show that 6-pack, 8-pack.
It's nothing to put. This would let me know that women are much worse than men. Doing this job, because women, they could be wearing 25 carats on their finger, living in a 10 million square foot home, and they'll do anything with you. Wow, like that. Cassie ain't the only one. Cassie's not the only one we notched up. I got a few, but we're not gonna talk about them. I never would have spoke about this one had they not put my face everywhere.
We get in there. So I'm just getting into the dancing because people are interested. I'm interested to know about that because I've never understood the point of like male dancers, because I always thought it was like boring because I didn't know what you guys really did.
In order to be a good male dancer, you want, like I said, you want to be a fantasy. You don't want to be nothing against short, dude. You want to be tall, 6 foot above, 6-pack, 8-pack, everything. You want to be right. Plus, you got to be a good lip singer. You got to make them believe you.
Do you have to have a big penis? Like, do you have a big one?
Do I?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
Have you measured it?
Oh yeah.
How many inches is it? Like bigger than this? I mean, we gotta know because Diddy, it's got to be a certain way because they've watched Black.
No,
so
we
with those guys.
Put it like this, nigga. I wasn't getting no 1,200, 800.
Okay.
You know, I'm at least 8 points. Something with about 6.
30 or
6 circumference. So it's.
Yeah.
I mean,
so we're just getting into it, you know.
Yeah,
because,
we not porn star, but
okay,
we ain't. Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you about this though, because there's another guy, you know, by the Punisher. He talked about erectile dysfunction. So is that something that comes with the dancing and like the fluffing and like the business too? Like
what's his name?
Stops to work.
Look at freezer meat.
Anybody you work with?
I've only experienced that, like I said, my first time with them, and it wasn't so much that it wasn't working. It was just you got a nigga over your shoulder, and he just going to work with the baby oil, and it's so distracting. So I'm over here, and I got the chick just spread.
Okay. We get there. Okay, so you have had an issue with him. Okay, so boom, let's just get there. Okay, so we get to Cassie. And we get to Diddy because you want to get into that. So I just want to get the groundwork. So now we fast forward to dancing.
Okay. I forgot this though. So the way I learned how to dance is that I took my last $80 and I went to Walmart and I bought these $6-7 mirrors and I set them up in my garage, put it on YouTube, and just watch videos. And after about 3-4 weeks, I hit the company up and told them I was ready. First time I went out, petrified. But I made a lot of money.
So how much would you make dancing?
My first 2 years, I really didn't know how to command and how to really like do all that. But I'd say once I really got the hang of it, the flow, a week and I pulled 7,000-8,000. Easy.
Now, would there be a preference of like demographic of women, like Black women, Hispanic women, Asian women, or all women spend the same, or if there's some older women, younger women? Does it depend on how the money spends? Do you make more at certain parties or privates, or like is there a difference there?
You never know. You pull up to the most hood. Listen, I've done parties in the jungles where it was literally training day. Niggas is hanging off fences, and I come out of there with like 25, 3,000. And I've done parties in Mission Viejo where I come out with 100 in tips. So I mean, it really where I come out with like you have to make them tip you. So you know, I do a fire show. I do different things where I've got EBT cards. I've got
EBT.
Crazy.
He stripped for EBT.
Wait, do you get the password attached to it? Like
you strip for EBT.
And you go in. And how much, like, what you do for the EBT? Like, have you ever pulled it out and slapped somebody with, like, that's the hamburger right there.
EBT.
You know what I mean? That's a Kool-Aid pack.
Nah, man, like, the thing, okay, so, like I said, my first couple of years, I didn't really understand that it's a fantasy. So, I stopped sleeping with my clients. Because once you stop sleeping with them, you're still that fantasy. They'll hire you every year.
So stop sleeping means you were sleeping with them at first. So it was just you got excited.
Some of them. I mean, I'm young.
Yeah.
Full of testosterone. I'm ready. I'm ready. And you got to think about it. I don't have no competition. I get to eat for free. You know, if they got trees I'm blowing, I get to drink for free, and I got my choice. Like, why would I ever go to a club? For what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to the weight room, do my thing, and make sure that I'm nice and nimble.
Have you ever got any of them pregnant?
Nah, man.
You use condoms every time?
I mean, not every time in life, but 99% of the times.
Okay, so I want to move
95%. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so let's move to 2012, 2013, because at this point now you're in the game and you're at your prime.
I'm up there. I'm highly recommended.
And you're in LA.
I'm anywhere in SoCal. Pretty San Diego, LA, OC, IE. Ventura.
So are you on a website like a .com? Are you in a club? Or is there like a male strip club? Because I'm trying to figure out, how do people find you?
So the whole strip thing is a hustle, right? The guy that I start working for, I'm not gonna say his name, but when you go to his website, it's a whole bunch of black dudes, and they all like crazy. Like I'm looking at them like, damn, I can't even compete. But when he sent me out to the shows, the guys that are showing up, they look nothing like the niggas from the website. So I figured out real quick, it's the bait and switch. You make people put a deposit down. Everybody's already showed up. So would you rather lose your deposit? Or would you rather have a performer?
That sounds like Arrows and Backpage days and Craigslist days.
That was the game though, man, because like they would always text me on the weekends like, yo, say you're Turbo or say you're Nitro. And I get there to the show and they're like, you don't look like Turbo. I'm like, look, they just called me and said they needed a show cover. I've been turned away from one party out of like almost probably 5,000.
5,000.
Okay. No, the reason why is because it was in like El Monte, and they had a bachelor party on one side and a bachelorette party on the other side. And the girl said, look, I don't want you to die tonight. I'm going to pay you, but we don't need you to perform. Because in California, for some reason, the Hispanics, they really don't, they got it in for us.
Why would you have died, though?
Niggas be hating, man.
Oh, okay. I get it.
You mad.
Oh, so you came in like that, and they was just gonna be. You think you was gonna take somebody, a girl?
I wouldn't even, man. I just come in to do a job, man. I try to get that bread, try to get in the spin. I start bringing 2,000-3,000 in ones to shows.
Wow. And so one day your phone rings. Tell us about this. 2012. How did you get to Cassie and Diddy?
So my boy, him and his girl, they swingers, but he's a dancer too, right? They like some weirdos. Like I've done shows with him where he's just eating random bitches out and shit. Like for real. Like
your homie.
Like the person that called me.
Okay.
His name is Jules. The nigga sold me out anyway. He hiding right now.
Oh, okay. Jules.
So Jules.
Jules, yeah. Jules hit me and was like, yo, I got a couple. They good clients. They seen your pictures. They really like you. They want you to come do a show for them right now. It's like 3:30, 3:45 in the morning. I'm like, nigga, look, I gotta go to the barber.
Oh, so Jules.
I got an appointment at 7.
That's who Cassie got drugged for.
It's 500. I ain't tripping. That's my rate anyway. For me to even get up and come to you, it's gonna cost you 500.
Just to get there. And that's not even, then they got a tip too. And
yeah. Otherwise, nigga, we out.
Jules.
I put in work.
So it's 500 for travel, then you're there for an hour in your mind, right? Or how long?
So Jules. Name keeps coming up because he's one of Diddy's favorites. And that is who, he's the one to go out the country with Diddy and did go out. Well, how Trina with Diddy and Cassie. So Jules is scouting and stuff for Diddy. Because he said they done looked at your pictures and everything. So he called. Jules called for Diddy them. Oh, it's more than a mistake. He knew exactly what he was doing. It wasn't a mistake. He was intentional. He thought he was above the law. He thought he was God. His sister said that it was his kingdom and they were there to please him. He thought he was God. It was not a mistake. He knew exactly what he was doing. High five starter. And so now he got other people doing the work for him. So Jules, he said, Jules is hiding. Y'all just hear that? Did y'all hear him say, Jules? I'm gonna forget it. I'm gonna put him. He put me out there. He said, and he hiding anyway. Let's go.
Okay, so Jules.
Jules, yeah. Jules hit me and was like, "Yo, I got a couple. They good clients. They seen your pictures. They really like 3001s to shows."
Wow.
You know.
And so one day your phone rings. Tell us about this.
How
did you get to Cassie and Diddy?
So my boy, him and his girl, they swingers, but he's a dancer too, right? They like some weirdos. Like I've done shows with him where he's just eating random bitches out and shit. Like for real. Like
your homie.
You know, like the person that called me.
Okay.
His name is Jules. A nigga sold me out anyway. He hiding right now.
Okay.
So Jules is hiding.
Okay.
Jules is hiding, y'all.
Hit me and was like, "Yo, I got a couple. They good clients. They seen your pictures. They really like you. They want you to come do a show for them right now." It's like 3:30, 3:45 in the morning. I'm like, "Nigga, look, I gotta go to the barber. I got an appointment at 7. Tell them I'll come after. It's 500."
So I wonder, was Jules one of the people that didn't show up for the defense? Because he just said Jules is hiding. Fuck it. Oh, wee man. Yeah, that makes sense as to why they talking about that they didn't need no witnesses and nothing. Because the case wasn't that good. No, they hiding. They hiding just like Gina. Hiding. Don't want to be cross-examined. Don't want to take the fall for Diddy. Don't want to be pulled in. But Jules was working for Diddy, soliciting. Yeah. Keep talking. I didn't hear all of this.
I ain't tripping. That's my rate anyway. For me to even get up and come to you, it's gonna cost you 500.
Just to get there, and that's not even. Then they got a tip too. And
yeah. Otherwise, nigga, we out.
Get my likes up.
Like,
I'm still up.
I put in work.
So it's 500 for travel. Then you're there for an hour in your mind, right? Or how long? 30 minutes? 2 hours?
Just depends until I break the ass.
Oh, like, so they don't got no more money.
Yeah, I try to break them. They know.
And that's a lot of dancing, though. Like, I'm thinking.
Nah, man, I'm telling you, man, if you hip roll, the hip roll is because you can transition. And I do games, too. So I take like 30 lollipops and I'll have them stuffed in my shit. And then I walk up to each girl and pull out a lollipop, bring her head over with it. You know, like, you gotta.
Do they actually end up getting the real lollipop or just the candy?
Nah, they real lollipops. But
no,
like,
I know. I'm talking about, do they get the dickhead or no? Never.
Oh, I mean,
every now and then.
You know, but y'all don't want to hear that. Y'all want to hear the Diddy shit.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh wow.
So that's how you stay. Okay.
Oh wow.
How you stay? That look.
Oh wow. Please don't. Was he trying to? Oh wow. I just. What I just hit. I don't even. What is. Where did it go? I done hit the wrong button. What did he do? Come on back.
Yeah.
So that's how you stay. Okay. I'm trying to figure out how you. Are you on a website like a .com? Are you in a club? Or is there like a male strip club? Because I'm trying to figure out, how do people find you?
So the whole strip thing is a hustle.
Move to 2012 2013? Because at this point now, you're in the game. And you're at your prime.
I'm up there. I'm highly recommended.
And you're in LA.
I'm anywhere in SoCal.
Oh, I went back
San
too far.
Diego, LA, OC, 3001s to shows.
Wow.
You know.
And so one day your phone rings. Tell us about this.
I
How did you get to Cassie and Diddy?
So my boy, him and his girl, they swingers, but he's a dancer too, right? They like some weirdos. Like I've done shows with him where he's just eating random bitches out and shit. Like for real. Like
your homie.
You know, like the person that called me.
Okay.
His name is Jules. The nigga sold me out anyway. He hiding right now.
Okay. So Jules.
Jules, yeah. Jules hit me and was like, yo, I got a couple. They good clients. They seen your pictures. They really like you. They want you to come do a show for them right now. It's like 3:30, 3:45 in the morning. I'm like, nigga, look, I gotta go to the barber. I got an appointment at 7. Tell them I'll come after. It's $500. I ain't tripping. That's my rate anyway. For me to even get up and come to you, it's gonna cost you $500.
Just to get there, and that's not even. Then they got a tip too. And,
yeah. Otherwise, nigga, we out. Like, I put in work.
So it's $500 for travel. Then you're there for an hour in your mind, right? Or how long? 30 minutes, 2 hours.
It just depends until I break the ass.
Oh, so they don't got that no more money.
Yeah, I try to break them. They know.
That's a lot of dancing, though. Like I'm thinking.
Nah, man, I'm telling you, man. If you hip roll. The hip roll is because you can transition, and I do games too. So I take like 30 lollipops and I'll have them stuffed in my shit, and then I walk up to each girl and pull out a lollipop, bring her head over with it. You know, like you gotta.
Do they actually end up getting the real lollipop or just the candy?
Nah, they real lollipops.
But no, like, I know. I'm talking about. Do they get the dickhead or no? Never.
Oh, I mean,
every now and then.
You know, but y'all don't want to hear that. Y'all want to hear the Diddy shit. I mean,
yeah, okay.
That's some,
So that's how you stay, okay. I'm trying to figure out how you stay that long. So you get the call, and you're on your way, and it's $500, so keep going.
Oh, nah, so I hung up on him because I had a chick, and I've been trying to remember who she is for the longest. I don't remember who she was. But I told her, I said, so after I hang up on him, I get a phone call, 310-473 something. And I'm like, Beverly Hills, I answer. Hello? Hey, I'm like, damn, you sound good. Like, yo, me and my husband, we just saw your photos and we think you fine as hell and we would love for you to come do a show for us right now. So as I'm explaining, look, I gotta go to the barber. She's like, look, we'll give you $1,500 if you come right now. I said,
wait, let's stop right there. So she said, me and my husband. So she didn't just leave with herself. Because in court, she would say her. And then she would say, my husband, I'm having a birthday party. She would trick the men that way. So she was upfront with you and said, me and my husband think you fine as hell.
Right. Because this is a guy that I've already been dancing with like 4 or 5 years. So I don't even know how long he was working with him.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because, you know, so they might not.
He messed with him before too. Because I think he got brought up in court too. I think Jules sounds familiar. But go ahead.
Yeah, but not the Jules, not the Jules from the Showtime.
No, was Jules not? I feel like Jules was mentioned in court, but I don't know if it was the same Jules. But there was a Jules mentioned in court as an escort. But go ahead.
That's Jules. So she was like, "Fuck what you talking about? $1,500, you come right now." I'm like, man, send me the address. I'm out. My bag. When I get home, I'm a real professional. I wash everything. Everything is ready to go. So I get up, brushing my teeth and shit. I'm telling the chick, I'm like, yo, I'm about to go make some money. She's like, what? I don't even say nothing else. Grab my bag, I'm down the stairs. So she started calling me, blowing me up. I turn the phone on silent. As I'm exiting what is it? I lived in Long Beach, Lakewood at the time, so I had to take the 405 to the 110 to the 10, exit La Cienega. When I exit La Cienega, I get a text. I'm assuming from Cassie, because she asked me to bring baby oil, Johnson and Johnson specifically.
So
And
this
she
wouldn't
said-
work. This is this is Vaseline.
Nigga, you
cocoa butter.
You can't even get in the door, nigga. If it ain't Johnson and Johnson, but hey, they were well, she was specific. She said, if it ain't Johnson and Johnson, don't come. I'm like, bitch, I just drove 40 fucking minutes.
Wait a minute, and this is 3
And they were out.
And she said,
So
you better bring
by that time,
Johnson and
it was
Johnson.
like 5 a.m. by that time. So I'm literally like 10 minutes away, because the first time I saw them, I didn't go to a hotel.
They didn't have
I
their
went
own
to
oil.
a condo on Doheny, like 424. I don't want to dox them, but it was.
We know the address. We know the Doheny address. It's all in court.
Yeah. But so that was the first. It was on the 14th floor, and I remember I could see the Beverly Center. I could see Cedar Sinai, and I'm like, damn, these niggas paid.
Wait, before you wait, we just skipped over the oil. So did you go to get the oil?
Oh yeah. So when I got off the freeway, I'm driving down. I'm like, damn, where am I gonna get some oil at right now?
Cause wait, she said if you don't have Johnson Johnson, don't come. So you was like, I gotta go get this oil.
So luckily, it's a CVS on the way to Beverly Hills on La Cienega, 24 hours. So I went in there and I found the 3 biggest bottles of cocoa butter Johnson & Johnson I could find. I'm talking about, nigga, hey, Costco size shit.
Are you serious?
In my mind, I'm thinking like, all right, 50 in gas, 35, 40 in oil. I'm still up $1,400.
How much you spend in oil? $40?
They 32-ounce bottles, bro. I'm buying the big shit, man. I want to make sure they happy.
Yeah.
You know, who gonna offer you $1,500? Like what? You throwing me a super alley-oop right now. So I got the oil. I get there. I guess everyone who was supposed to know was forewarned. They put me on a little ass elevator. It was like probably maybe this big.
Wait, what is it? Elaborate. We made I don't
like
know
an elevator. Like
no, I get
like
that, but yourself that was supposed to know, so you felt like it wasn't hard getting up there. Like it was just like,
oh no, that shit was seamless.
So you're saying that it was already set up, like they knew you were coming. They had it already worked out.
Yeah.
So like you went to the front door, or did you meet KK, or did you make happen?
Nah, I just walked in. I walked in. Security looked at me. He said, "Are you Flash?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Go to the right and make a quick left. Hop on the elevator." Hopped on the elevator. It's like a little.
Like Diddy security or the other regular security, like or like the security.
Security of the building.
Okay.
Right. So I didn't see any of Diddy's security when I was there at all.
Okay.
I get off the elevator. I walk down the hall. Knock on the door. Man, and she opened the door. She had a wig on, and I'm looking and I'm like, damn, I know you. Like,
okay, now stop right here. She had a wig on. What color was the wig?
It was like a red wig. It was like down to probably right here, red, maybe auburn, cherry reddish.
Did it have a bang? Was it a swoop? Did it look like a Halloween store wig, or did it look like a
Nah, it looked like one of them wigs where you like you got a bad bank robbery disguise on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So she was gonna rob something. She was gonna rob that dick and that on. You know, okay, so she was incognito. And so what did she have on at the top? Like, was it lingerie? Was her titties out? Like, what was it giving?
Man, she had on like this like Chinese themed like robe, short robe when she opened the door. And I'm just looking at her like.
Were there high heels on, or was it, you know?
She had high heels on. She was fully done up, nigga. I'm like, wow, I get paid to do this.
Okay, and so when she opened the door, she said like, hi, or hey.
She's like, no, she was just like, how you doing? I'm glad you came. So I walk in and I'm like, where'd I get dressed at? And she's like, oh, you won't be needing that. And I'm like, I don't need the bag? Like, okay. So I just put the bag down. And then she's like, let's have a seat. We sat down on the sofa. And that's when I sat down on the sofa, I could see out the balcony. And that's when I noticed, I'm like, okay, we in prime real estate. Cedar Sinai, Beverly Center. You know?
Okay, and so when we're inside the house, was it like red lights? Was there plastic everywhere? Was there towels? I mean, was it set up for a freak off? Like, what did it look like? Was it covered in... towels?
It looked normal.
Elaborate. We may not. I don't
like
know
an elevator.
Like no, I get that, but yourself that was supposed to know, so you felt like it wasn't hard getting up there. Like it was just like.
Oh no, that shit was seamless.
So you're saying it was already set up, like they knew you were coming. They had it already worked out.
Yeah.
So like you went to the front door, or did you meet KK, or did you make happen?
Nah, I just walked. I walked in. Security looked at me. He said, "Are you Flash?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Go to the right and make a quick left. Hop on the elevator." Hopped on the elevator. It's like a little.
Like Diddy security or the other regular security, like the security.
Security of the building.
Okay.
Right. So I didn't see any of Diddy's security when I was there at all.
Okay.
I get off the elevator. I walk down the hall. Knock on the door. Man, and she opened the door. She had a wig on, and I'm looking at her. I'm like, damn, I know you. Like,
okay, let's stop right here. She had a wig on. What color was the wig?
It was like a red wig. It was like down to probably right here, red, maybe auburn, cherry reddish.
Did it have a bang? Was it a swoop? Did it look like a Halloween store wig, or did it look like a
Nah, it looked like one of them wigs where you like you got a bad bank robbery disguise on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So she was gonna rob something. She was gonna rob that dick and that on. You know, okay, so she was incognito. And so what did she have on at the top? Like, was it lingerie? Was her titties out? Like, what was it giving?
Man, she had on like this like Chinese themed like robe, short robe when she opened the door. And I'm just looking at her like.
Were there high heels on, or was it, you know?
She had high heels on. She was fully done up, nigga. I'm like, wow, I get paid to do this.
Okay, and so when she opened the door, she said like, hi, or hey.
She's like, no, she was just like, how you doing? I'm glad you came. So I walk in and I'm like, where'd I get dressed at? And she's like, oh, you won't be needing that. And I'm like, I don't need the bag? Like, okay. So I just put the bag down. And then she's like, let's have a seat. We sat down on the sofa. And that's when I sat down on the sofa, I could see out the balcony. And that's when I noticed, I'm like, okay, we in prime real estate. Cedar Sinai, Beverly Center. You know?
Okay, and so when we're inside the house, was it like red lights? Was there plastic everywhere? Was there towels? I mean, was it set up for a freak off? Like, what did it look like? Was it covered in towels?
It looked normal. The only thing that wasn't normal about the setup was this. They had a glass table, and it literally had like each section had its own drugs. Like, they had pills, they had weed, they had some other stuff. Like, you know, I bring my own weed.
Okay.
So, you know, I don't fuck around. So I just smoke my own shit. You know, they didn't make me do anything, but she's like, you know, it's here. I'm like,
so it was cocaine, Molly, whatever. You know,
some pink crystal shit.
The ketamine.
I don't even know.
Okay. And so you just sat on a regular couch. It wasn't covered, because they were also saying they covered everything in towels and stuff. So that's not true.
That's inside the bedroom.
Oh, okay. So we're not in the bedroom.
The bedroom looked way different than the living room.
Okay, so the living room was just a regular, like the pre-party. Now, did they have any smells? Were there any candles, or was there burning
In the
heated
bedroom.
oil?
In the bedroom. In the bedroom.
Okay, so we not
Everything
there.
was in the bedroom. Only thing that was outside in the living room was a laptop and all the shit on the table.
Okay, so you're sitting in the living room, the shit is on the table, and then what happens?
All right, so I come in, I sit down, and I'm just in my head. I'm just like, damn, this motherfucker's fine as hell. I sit down, and then she sits down on the sofa, so I'm facing her like this. And she's like, can I see your phone? So I give her my phone, and she turns it off. She's like, you mind? I said, does it matter? And she's like, my husband and I, we like to do role playing, and you know, he likes to give instructions, and he likes to see men dominate me that are of physical stature. And I'm like, no problem. I'm like, so are we gonna fuck? Because I ain't bring no rubbers, and I don't give a fuck how fine you is, bitch. We not, you know. Hey, I'm not. No way, it ain't.
So what are you thinking every time that she keeps mentioning her husband? Like, have you done husband and wife before, or are you just kind of okay with it? You're used to it, or what? You just like, are you into men too, or
like? Oh nah, not at all, not at all. But I mean, I respect it because I have a younger brother who's in that community heavy. You know, just my preference is pussy. I mean.
Okay. Hey, I told you, don't say that.
My bad. Yeah, I really like women a lot.
Okay. So she mentions her and her husband, and the husband wants to see you dominated. Now, was the husband there at this time, or did you see, or this is just a prerequisite? He was in the room. Okay.
This is like, she's like screening me to see if I'm okay with all of this, like how I'm gonna react. I'm already knowing how because she asked me after she took my phone and turned it off. She gonna ask me, "Are you clean?" I'm like, what a dumbass question. Like, what nigga would, even if what nigga's gonna say, yeah, bitch, I got gonorrhea, the clap, herpes, you know what I'm saying? There's no way. I said, if you get my phone back, you know, I could, because at this time you could log in and show you and show your medicals. You know what I mean? She's like, oh, don't even trip. Don't worry about it. I'm like, all right. So she said, I'll be back. And about probably, this is how I figured out where I was at. So I'm smoking my weed. I'm waiting for her to come back. She don't come back for a minute.
Like, what's a minute?
Like an hour.
So you're sitting in the living room for an hour, and it's just a bunch of drugs on a table. Do you have clothes on?
I'm still dressed. I got a V-neck on, Levi's, my Timbs, like my Yankee fitted, and I got my blade in my boot. You know what I mean? I'm posted.
And at this time, it's 6 a.m. The sun is coming up.
It's probably closer to 7. Because I wake up, and when I wake up, I'm like, damn, I really am here. Like, you know how you...
Yeah, like I'm still here. I'm really here.
So I noticed that the music was off. So I get up, and I go press the space bar on the laptop.
What music was playing? What music was playing?
It was just a mix of like Spotify or something.
Okay.
And as soon as I touch it, she literally came out and slammed the laptop shut and said, please don't touch anything. And I'm like, damn, that shit was fast. Like they had to be watching me. But I was able to see the Bad Boy logo. And when I saw the Bad Boy logo, all of these thoughts that my homie had told me, I was like, wow, this is fucking Puff Daddy. I was like, this shit crazy. As soon as I figured out who he was, I knew who she was.
So the music stopped playing, then you went to hit the space bar, you saw the Bad Boy logo, and she slammed the computer down.
I'm talking about quick, nigga. She said, please don't touch anything. She was always polite. Like, very, like, you know, she was never a real bitch to me.
Did you ever feel like through that process, just up until this point where you are right now, where she didn't want to do it?
Nah, because for me, I wouldn't even be able to perform if I'm not if I'm feeling like the woman is under duress or some shit. It doesn't excite me. Like, you know, that's why I tell niggas, you go on dating apps, I go to Walmart. Meaning that victory loves preparation. So I feel like she was feeling me because I've been working on this my whole life. I didn't come out the womb like this. I've had to read a lot of books. Like I said, I bought all those fucking mirrors. I watched hours of hip rolling and dancing and Sierra and just being a fly on the wall, doing all these parties. You really learn women. I know women so well. I've talked my friends in relationships. I've talked them out of relationships. I've talked them in the pussy and I've talked them out of pussy. Literally, they'll send me the text message. I tell them what to say. Grandmother and my mother. Like, I bullshit you not. I got a great education.
So when she comes back, and when you wake up an hour later, how are you greeted? Like,
oh, so after she slammed the laptop shut, she asked me if I want something to drink, and I'm like, I'm good. I brought my own, I brought my water bottles. You know what I'm saying? I got water bottles in my bag.
They was
And then
gonna
she's like,
drug
"We'll be ready
him.
for you in like 10 minutes." So she was like, you could get comfortable, which meant basically take the V-neck off. I still had a white beater on.
Okay.
So I took the V-neck off, put it on my bag. They come and get me. And
did anybody do a line before they went to the room? Was there anybody?
Nah, I never saw them do no drugs though. But I did used to wonder. I'm like, yo, because she would call me at like 2:33 in the afternoon, and she'd be like, hey, are you free later? And I'm like, okay, later. To most people, it's like 11, 12 o'clock. To them, it's like 2:30, 3:30, 4:30. They had hella batteries, nigga. Like, I'm like, how the fuck did they be going like this? But
okay, but let's go back. Okay, so boom, we're ready for you in 10 minutes. So then get comfortable. You get comfortable. You keep the Levi's on. You keep the shoes on. And you keep the tank top on. Okay. And now what?
So I walk in the room, and as soon as you walk in the room, I noticed three things. I noticed every piece of furniture, from the lighting to the bed to the carpet, everything, the dresser, everything was covered in white towels. Everything.
Okay.
White towel, like hotel towels. Everything. Because of the baby oil.
Okay.
So there's
and did you come in with the baby oil? Like,
I didn't. Nah.
Okay.
I handed her the bag when I got there of the 3 bottles. So I know he had his own personal bottle. I know that.
Diddy even had a personal bottle of baby oil.
Yeah.
Like, now was he covered in the towel, or was he hold on? Or was he like this?
Nah.
Was he in a towel, or was that?
Hell nah.
Or was he like this?
Yo. Oh. Yo.
Or was he covered in a towel?
Hell no.
You said everything was covered in a towel. So I'm like, was he wrapped in a towel? Or was he like...
He wasn't wrapped in a towel. Yo, I swear to you. Like, I walked in, and when you walk in the room, the bed is literally right to your right in front of you. And then if you keep going to the right, it's a corner where there's like a lazy boy chair. That's where that nigga was. He's like the mob boss.
But did he have anything over? Like, he was just sitting like this?
Yeah. Bro, he had that on. He had the motherfucking So she pulled my white beater off, and she's like, "Oh, what that nigga up the way?" So she
oil that nigga. Diddy said this. Diddy said oil that nigga up. And so, are you facing Diddy? Are you facing Kathy? Are you like how are you in the room?
He's sitting over my left shoulder in the chair about 8 feet away. Like,
okay, to the side.
Like
behind you or to the side?
Like I can see him behind me.
Okay.
But he's
so is your back towards him?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So she's laying on the bed, like on her missionary style. I'm in between her. Mind you, I never take my boots off. So as I'm in between her, you know, she hops up and she's rubbing the oil on me and she's like, "Pull that nigga dick out. Pull that nigga dick out." I'm like, "Whoa."
Who said that? Diddy?
Yes.
Oh, he wanted some dick that day. So it was like
she was. Well, he's like, "I know you want to see it. I know you want that motherfucker." Like, I was like, "Yeah, we're definitely fucking." And then I started tripping because, like I said, I'm not barebacking, yo, and I want my money. You know, I'm not barebacking, yo. I'm sorry, I'm just not. I don't need that anxiety. I don't need it.
I'm not barebacking you. Oh, it's crazy.
Nah,
what?
Stop it,
okay,
man.
and so Diddy is saying, you know, okay, so let's get back. So, you know, you like those mandigos, baby. Yeah, oil that nigga up. You know you want to pull that dick out. Pull his dick out.
So she unlocked the Gucci belt. Hit the flies. I had the Levi fly bottoms, fly joints on. The work with the multiple. The shit. She pulled my shit out, nigga. She's going to work.
Wait. So she just started sucking it.
He's like, "Yeah, suck that shit, bitch." She like it. I'm like, "Whoa." She's like, "Yes," like, "Oh my god," like he's like,
so she like, "Oh yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, yeah.
They sick.
It was like I said, it was better than I expected because usually them ugly, chicks that are like on that rated level, their head game is fucking trash.
So pretty girls don't give good head.
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. Not in my experience.
So did the jeans drop, or she just pulled it through the hole, or like the
jeans drop. Okay. Jeans drop. She
so
dropped.
Now ass is back is facing Diddy.
Exactly.
Wow.
And that nigga is over there going to work, boy.
Going to town.
I'm feeling. He like.
You got a big booty too? Is it like? Was it like you? Was it like a lump shaker?
You know what's funny is I didn't even know that women looked at that shit until I danced. I didn't even know about legs and ass and that. I didn't know any of that. So I ain't struggling.
So now Diddy is getting the back visual, but directing her, because you know they said this in court. They said that he would direct it as if it was a scene. So everything that you're saying is corroborating what she's saying. So I'm hearing the RICO because it's like everything that is being said in court is like you're telling us. So he would direct her, but what I'm not hearing is that she just hated this stuff. Her hopping on you and doing all this and then suck it, bitch, and all of that. And so how did it, when she was sucking it, she sucked it like she wanted to be there, is what you're saying?
She ain't suck it like it was like a garlic bread or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like it was a tamarindo. She like, I mean, it was cool, but it wasn't sustained like that. Because after that, the nigga was, like I said, he was going to work like John Henry versus like fast. Like going to work. And then he hopped up and he goes into the back and he walks past me. And so as I'm laying, I'm standing on the bed like this, right?
Yeah.
She's up. He walks by me. The first door is the door.
Back up a little bit so we can see. We can't really get into it. Let me see. Back. Okay, there we go. Yes.
So
yes.
He walks past me, walks to the bathroom, turns the lights on, walks out and go
Can you give us the stomach visual? Yeah. Oh, wow. Yes. Okay. Now what? And you have. Go ahead.
He comes out the bathroom and he flicks the gold condom in the air, and that shit was in slow motion, bro. I'm telling you, like, this shit landed on my right hand. I'm looking at it like, okay, they prepared.
So he just walked past you and threw the condom like, fuck her now.
Right, he's like, he wants that dick, bitch. I'm like, oh wow. And excuse the vulgarity. I'm trying to censor
I know. At this point, we're not getting monetized. Y'all need to deposit your checks, but keep going with the story.
So thankfully it was the ecstasy joint. So they got the extra lube on them. So I'm able to play with my shit. But as I'm getting it on, I'm getting it going. This nigga just started going like overtime, like pow pow. And I'm just hearing him like, bro, I'm hearing him. He's beating his dick so hard, and I'm sitting there, and it's so distracting. And I'm like, I got this fine ass like bitch in front of me, and finally, after a minute, I'm half mast. I'm getting it in, but it ain't like in. The nigga hops up, half dressed, storms out the room. As he leaves the room, he says, "Dick better be hard, loud as fuck." And I was like,
so he had got upset and like stormed out, said, "That dick better be hard."
Bruh, like I looked down to make sure I had my blade, because I was like, "Oh, $150 this nigga. I don't give a fuck, nigga. I will cut. I will cut this nigga, dog." Like, I'm not.
So he had got upset because she was taking her to get hard. Yeah. Like, what do you think that was for?
I mean, that ain't no regular type shit, nigga. Like, you gotta think, I went to college, nigga. I never ran no trains or none of that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not used to a nigga just over here just beating me while I'm trying to knock the chick down. That shit is strange. Yeah. Like, I wasn't ready for that. I came there under the pretense that it's a show. Mm-hmm. So a show isn't, doing a porno on Doheny. But so after he leaves and he says that, she looks at me and she looks at me like Bambi, and she doesn't say anything, but her eyes tell me everything. She's like, "It's okay."
So she did give you some type of distress.
After about 3 minutes, I'm in there. Man, I got the legs. Wow, I'm getting it. It's quenching up, Mountain Dew.
Wait a minute. Hold on. So you finally got him to stand up. Did Diddy walk back in the room?
No. So check this out. After about 20 plums, I'm really like, I'm just getting in it. I hear the same noises, but I don't see the nigga walk back in the room. And I have to see you walk back in the room because I'm facing that way. And the pussy's going very good to where, nigga, I'm blinded. No, nigga, you got a trap door. The nigga has a trap door in the house, bro. He ended up behind me.
He just appeared. You know he does that. That nigga just comes out of nowhere and appears on niggas.
Like the leprechaun. Like the leprechaun beating this shit again, nigga. And I'm sitting there.
So he left one way out the front, but then he didn't. But then he appeared behind you.
Again. After I'm
trying to take your ass. But go ahead.
He was sitting down. So after that, she, I don't, like I said, I ain't never really made no shit come in 90 seconds. So she either faked it or she just ain't had it before. I don't know. But
she came in 90 seconds.
Like after he came back in, I was only in it for like a minute and a half.
And she was hooping and hollering, or was she like out of it?
Nah, she was just, making a noise. She wasn't loud and shit like.
Oh, so it was like she didn't want to, like, what I'm saying is though, because she would say she would just let it happen because she didn't want to be there. So was she just or was like, oh, daddy, baby, or was like,
she moaned. Like I said, if she wasn't feeling it, if I got the type of energy, I'm not gonna, man. I don't press these hoes at all. There's no way, because I don't. First of all, I don't want to be in this situation. Second of all, if a bitch don't like me, a bitch must not like men. You know what I'm saying? I say what I say. But I never got that feeling, especially being that she hit me up a couple of times when he wasn't even in the fucking United States. And I'm like, are you supposed to be fucking...
Well, hold on. We're going to get to that in a second. So, after, we're going to get to that. So, she nutted, whatever. And what is Diddy doing now?
Bussing. Then he starts commentating again. Asking her, like, so, you want that nigga to come on your face or come on your stomach?
What? And what are you doing after she nutted? So, you just kind of standing there like, now what?
I'm just like... usually I'm the type of nigga where I go to the bathroom and wash my hands before I take the rubber off. So I'm quick thinking, I'm like, okay, damn. I reach down, grab one of the towels, and I flick that bitch off real quick. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to work, nigga. I'm a lefty. You know what I mean? So I had to go to work. I was trying to think of anything, but the crazy part was it was harder for me to nut than to get it up. Like, I was just sitting there just like, fuck, hurry up. Then I felt it in the kneecap. You know, once they hit the kneecap, it's over with. So, that shit Pompeii her, nigga.
Wait. So, Diddy said, where do you want it? And where did she say?
On my stomach, daddy.
And so, so she was calling you daddy or Diddy daddy? Or both? Oh, Diddy. So so was she laying on her back? Was she on her knees?
She was always missionary, except for when she got up there with the oil on me in the beginning.
So she's laying on the bed, missionary. Are you standing over? Are you like one leg in it, or are you like over it? Like, how are you doing it?
Like this.
Just right there.
Like this. But when I was jerking off.
Yes, about to shoot on her.
When I was jerking off, I was standing over her. And that shit just like Pompeii her whole, like probably from here down to here. And I was mad because she had
shot it everywhere. It's like it was a shoot or like a ooze.
It was like a shotgun splatter, nigga. So, Yo. But see, me being a gentleman, I reached down and tried to grab one of. And she's like, oh no, it's shower now. And I'm like,
But you went out for a minute. Your thing glitched. So you said,
no.
Go ahead.
He wanted that glaze. Diddy wanted your glaze.
What happened?
Oh, so I grabbed a towel and I went to try to wipe the shit off, right? And she's like, oh no, that's okay. You can go take a shower now. And I'm like, okay. Nigga, you talk about one of the quickest showers a nigga ever took. I didn't even
we breaking
my
up.
socks back on.
We losing.
I didn't drop my feet.
Hold on, bring it back. I'm gonna drop you and bring it back because we lose them just a little bit. His service just a little bit grainy. Okay, we brought you back. Okay, so it was the quickest shower. There you go. So it's the quickest shower you ever took. Okay. Go ahead.
Quickest shower I ever took. I get dressed and I'm thinking like, oh shit, like it's like 12:30 p.m. I've been gone all day. I'm thinking like, damn, I turn this phone back on. Whoever that.
Cause you got a girlfriend back home.
Exactly.
And so you've been gone since 3 a.m. till now 12 p.m.
12 p.m. almost, right? And so I run to the car. No, wait. So after I put my shit on, I open the door and like The Shining, she's standing at the door with a robe on. $5,100 bills. I look down at my periph. I didn't actually look down like that. I'm looking at her. I snatched the money. I know what $1,500 for like, this ain't $1,500. Can we call you again? I said, absolutely. Call me anytime, goddammit. Put that shit in my
How
pocket.
much was it?
5 racks.
That was $5,000.
$5,100 bills. That's how I bought my first house, man. I saw them a total of 8 times.
Okay,
and
so before we get to the few times, because we left at the shotgun in the shower, because the rumor have it is Diddy plays with the finishings, and he.
That's what my agent told me when I got back to the car. I called him like, yo, Vic, you ain't gonna. Yo, he a cuck. I'm like, what's that? And he's explaining to me, and he's like, yo, I'm like, dang, that's weird as fuck. You know what I'm saying?
So how does that make you feel? Like you netted on her, then he went and like played with it, like, you know, rubbed it on